Hey, party peoples. It has been a minute, y'all. That took me a minute to get in here. I'll tell y'all all about the tea. Let's get the show on the road first and foremost. Dang.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. How y'all doing? What is happening? Oh, Tatiana, I think the list is closed, mama. Yeah. Yeah, ultra egoism. I see you doing your thing. Third on the list, indeed. Guys, it has been a minute. My lit broadband is not so lit. I'm trying a new broadband, but it doesn't seem to be working out too well. I was actually going to stay connected on it, and the guys were like, I second guessed that. So I knew it probably wasn't the best idea because I already saw myself on that timeline with the internet tripping out and me having to come back in here on another channel, another wave. So yeah, I'm trying to avoid that. So your girl is on her data, but it's unlimited anyways. It has been a week of tension, y'all. How y'all doing? The Scorpio new moon is in full effect. How's its finest treating you guys? Hey Lalima, hey Renee, hey my YouTube account. Yeah, okay, so you're gonna stick around to see if you get an opportunity. Hey, Bronx Queen, how you doing? Oh, second on the list. Okay. Guys, it has been a minute. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking out what was going on in the chat prior to now. That's what's up. Okay, cool beans. So, just to put it out there, here we are with the chat. I'm going to start that. As far as the list, we have Smara, Bronx Queen, Ultra Eco, Renee, Sammy, Crow's Nest, Ash 13, Lalima, Valina, and Kay closing out the free list. And then we are open in this space. Your girl had to have a nap today just to make sure. Well, this evening. I had like 30 minutes just before. Hey, Kay. I was thinking, okay, I haven't seen Kay just yet. We've got almost everybody here, I think. I haven't seen Smurry yet. Oh, no, I've seen, there you are, Smurry. My bad, girl. That was a minute ago. Well, two to be precise. My bad. My eyes are deceiving me. I am good. I'm good, y'all. I don't even know, like, if I let y'all know that I had a little bit of an accident the other day. What moon was it? I think it was the Libra full moon that triggered some stuff and stirred the pot. I actually had a little bit of a car accident. I had to get a different car. I'm still navigating through that process. The Scorpio, I've got the car, but there's so many variables that were secured that are becoming unhinged, and the shit showing is well and truly live, and we are riding the waves. That part, actually, I haven't been enthusiastic about it as much because I've just been trying not to drown. But it's nice to come into a space and chill with my people. I'm good now. The accident wasn't like a major situation. There was a little gremlin situation. Saw him. He attached to my car. It was around about the time where gremlin. So at different seasons, like different spirits goes on, like their leashes get extended during different astrological transits. And during like the window coming up to Halloween, like because it's a trickster sort of like energy, we had like some trickster spirits out. The gremlins were one of them attached to my car. I was like, you know, moving towards getting a new car anyways, but it created urgency. Let's just put it like that, because God means well with all these different things. But yeah, there's a lot of messing with the brain at the minute. The devil is sort of like working overtime. Not just the devil, but I mean, in terms of the work that's being done, it's kind of like testing season in essence, I guess. So exams are well and truly live, guys. Yeah, it's the whole thing. The reading you gave me back in July about money came true. I finally found a job that fit perfectly for my kiddos' school schedule. Oh, yay! And I really feel like I can grow in this job. Oh, it's for UPS. That's what's up. Okay. That part, love that. And I'm glad that you are finally experiencing the timeline. Snaps for you, mama. Love that. Okay. Let me go to Smara's question. I'm sure I saw it. Okay, there we go. Smara's question, guys. How is the Oh, you're good, Smara, you're good. Girl said I'm here typing. No, it's all good. It's all good. Like honestly, like life is just lifing at the minute. It's the seasons that we're in, like that Taurus full moon as well. Like all of this stuff was just like a lot of energies, lots of eclipses. So there's just a lot going on. That's okay, Mama. I'm glad. I'm glad that you allowed for yourself to align because the timeline looked nice for you, and I'm glad that you're experiencing it. We're gonna give another little. Okay, congratulations. I love that for you. Right, guys, we're gonna go and dive into some stuff and get some stuff going. Is vertigo a spiritual elevation symptom? It can be. So it can be when the human is basically adjusting to the different realms of thoughts. And when, think about it like flying, right? When you're not all the way grounded in your body and you're not all the way adjusted, like flying in itself can be a little bit, it can feel a little bit like an out of body experience. I generally sleep a lot, to be honest, just to sort of like keep myself together. As far as like within my body. But yes, it can be, depending on how the traveling is going. Where are you taking your mind as well? And sometimes the body needs some time to calibrate to that. When you're going up into the higher dimensions beyond the seventh dimension, it can get a little bit like turbulence, let's call it. And that may be experienced as vertigo. So I do want to sort of like put a cautionary tale out there as well, because I've experienced, and then beyond that realm is when you start to experience psychosis, basically. Disclaimer, like it's the whole thing, because I did some types of meditation, got the energy moving in my body, and I ended up with the spins and middle forehead tingles and a headache. Yes. So when the chakras are opening and the mind is aligned to the chakras, you'll kind of have those types of experiences as you're sort of like going through the unlocking of the different levels of the chakras. That's what I'm saying. When you get up to like the seventh dimension of thought and the unlocking those realms, it gets a little bit. So my mental upgrades worked then. Yeah, definitely. I think again it's kind of like getting the mind into the focus with the new charges and new upgrades as well. Because a lot of the times, like my spirit is inclined to go for these upgrades, and then my human's taking a little bit of time to adjust to the software, and I'm like, girl, get yourself together. But yeah, it's a thing. Smara, let's go and dive into it. Beautiful. Thank you for the question. And yes, it can be trippy. Yeah, 100%. Any information about my future husband? Is he my ex? Is he on the way? I'm assuming you mean to meet me. Thank you. yeah. Like, girl, get it together, man. We're like doing stuff out here. And then my human gets a little bit apologetic because she feels like she's letting the team down, and then I have to like stop and support my teammate. It's a whole thing being like conscious on this stuff. It's a lot, actually. Oh, listen, and mental breakdowns are real. Okay. Okay. That part. Okay. Because sometimes you have to console your human because your human's like, oh my God, I can't. This is too much. The timeline's so great. There's so many expectations. Oh my God. So it's a mess. But no, I got what you meant, girl. I got what you meant. Oh, good. You're good. That part. Well, the thing is, like, my human's argument is always like, look, you don't have to go through the update. I do. that's, that's usually my human's argument. So you kind of have to find that right medium for everyone to be happy, right? Because your human's got to go through the experience as well. And sometimes the DNA takes a little bit of what time to sort of like update to the sequence because it's dense, right? It takes a minute. But yes, we want to sort of get some clarity for Smara. Dear future husband, dot, dot, dot. Okay. Resistance. Okay. Sorry. We're going to get into the tea and see. Okay. Okay. Okay, a few things that they're saying to me already in terms of the situation. Oh, here we are. Sorry. That was cute. Sorry. Ah, okay. Okay. A few things, Mara. There is, hey, Velina. So there is an emperor, I guess, on his way to you. A few things though, because there were a few. Why I laughed is because ever shady as always. They keep it true. You know how we do on this channel. A couple of things that they were saying with the dynamics, right? They were just, it was too much. I was like, y'all ain't ish. Y'all ain't ish. But I got where they were coming from because they were, when I started to talk, it's like the card just came out and basically just confirmed basically what they were telling me in terms of the context of the channel, of the download, right? So what they were saying is that you're navigating through a major arcana. So this is a major transition for you, but there's lots of things, lots of variables that would need to be amended. You are more attracted, and we've had this conversation before, you're more attracted in some essence to the F-boy characteristic traits, which doesn't necessarily coincide and align with that. So one of the things that they sort of like put across in the situation is that you want a hubby, but you seem to be indecisive about actually sort of being in a situation, or how can I put it? There isn't necessarily, you're not positioning yourself, basically, is one of the things that they were saying. You're not positioning yourself for that type of dynamic. You're being very slow in the movements about it, which means that he's also slowly moving towards you as well. So he's in his Knight of Pentacles energy, which means that he's slowly sort of like methodically moving towards you. He's kind of getting into his Emperor energy, right? Where he's kind of got that solid foundation sort of built and constructed. But you're also defining what that looks like for you, because a few things to the situation is that you can sometimes make hasty decisions on situations where there may be inclination to like for guys to be all talk and no action, right? One of the things that they just said to me in terms of that, one of the things that they just said to me in terms of that sickness, because that's what they called it. That's why I laughed about it, because it is, because it's not aligned with what it is that you want. Do you see what I'm saying? So it is a sickness to what you want. It's an ailment to what it is that you want. But one of the things that they said you should pray on in that dynamic is discernment towards said husband, because he's also navigating through a phase of confusion himself as well, right? Like God's put it on his heart to start. I don't want to say nesting, but it almost feels like that. It's like really, he's working towards this future family. Again, for you, it was dear future hubby, right? Dear Mr. No One. For him, it's dear Mrs. No One. Um, it's like he's preparing for this future. He's juggling all of these different variables, learning how to sort of like manage himself. He's got lots of different stuff that he's got going for him, just in terms of like what he does business wise, in essence. And he's still learning the ropes and figuring things out. And he's an open book as well. He's very open and eager to learn. But I think he himself, because he doesn't necessarily have the capacity right now per se, right, whilst he's building, it's kind of like good that you're still figuring out what hubby looks like for you, I guess, is kind of the way that the universe is sort of like putting that, because I see both of you guys like behind a veil in tandem, kind of like walking this path. So I see your path that way and I see his path that way, but there's a union further down the line where it sort of like comes together, and that will be the time in essence that takes place, right? It seems like for where you're at, it gives him time to also be able to get his own clarity about how to be in relationships, because I think that's the area that he's kind of like lacking in essence, just because he's so focused and has been so like tuned into the workspace in essence, like building that and like basically being focused on that. And also he's used to situations where he doesn't necessarily have to, I guess, put in too much work in essence, let's call it that, right, for a female. um yeah. Hmm. Sorry, I'm curious. Do we have a timeline, guys? It seems like there's a lot going on. That was funny though. Is he? No, well, he's not an F boy. I think for the most part, right? I'm gonna say this: he's got some F boy undertones. But I'll tell you what I mean by that. When I say he's got some undertones, right? I mean, he has his little challenges where he can be a bit snarky. He's a bit of a cheeky chap, basically. Like he can give a good back chat, the type that can trigger some bitchy energy in this space. But he knows how to give it as good as he gets it. And then also, another aspect of it is that when he's coming down, like by the time you guys, that's why I'm trying to like, that's why I'm trying to sort of like understand the dynamics of a timeline with this, because when he's coming down off the full blown nature of the F boy tendency. So I think that's why you have an attraction to it at the minute, but you're bleeding it out in terms of your attraction to certain aspects of it, because he's going to be losing some of those qualities as he continues along the journey towards you, right? And you need to have exerted certain boundaries when it comes to these things as well, just so that he can hold himself in into the same standard that he will be growing towards you, right? Because that's the whole process of the maturing for him and also for yourself. um Sorry. Okay. Timeline, guys. Come on. Give me a timeline. Look at me being nice, guys. I'm giving them a smile. You guys gonna give me a timeline. Okay. We got a timeline, girl. Listen, okay. Nice. Nice. Always works. I see my nephew do it all the time. Whenever he's asking for something and he's not getting it, his magic word, as he knows, is please, please, Auntie Kayla. Okay, with a smile. We do have a timeline though, girl. Um, okay, so they're showing me this is at the back end of these few weeks. So it's between 9 to 12 weeks we're sort of getting. So there's still a little bit of time yet in this dynamics. Okay, show me what's taking place in the next 9 to 12 weeks. Oh, a transition. Rites of passage. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Okay. 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 Interesting. Sorry, I'm like taking it all in. I'm taking it all in. Um, so one of the things that they were sort of like showing me in the process of all of this is because there's a couple of major arcanas as well, so I wanted to take all of that in. There's two places where there's like third, well, your situation in terms of like being open to something, right? Because I'm sure you're sort of like allowing for your emotional space to be completely open to something, and we've kind of like gone past G. Already even sort of like put it out there. It's like Voldemort. We've gone past G. Um, and we're kind of like allowing for ourselves to be open as well. But in their context as well, there's a regular casual situation that isn't really going anywhere type thing. And I feel like that situation's kind of like coming to a little bit of a close, or has. Within the next couple of weeks, there's some sort of breakup sort of taking place in context with that essence on that side as well. And that's what creates space in essence for this. And I hope that you update and enter your heart drive, girl. Okay, we're gonna shake out some of that G and make some space. And we're gonna make some space for something new. Interestingly enough, though, a couple of things with the situation is that um, the dynamics of this is kind of like coming, essentially, I'm not going to lie, both of you are coming into this from broken places, so it's going to be a little bit weary. I mean, like when we come together in relationships, like we would tend to sort of like trauma bond, which means our demons get comfortable with each other. And then, girl, you cried. I was being so for real when I gave you that shaking out G and making some room. Okay, so real. And yeah, so when we come together in our like when we're coming together in our low vibrational states, and we kind of like trauma bond initially in ways, our demons get comfortable with each other, so it can be a little bit catastrophic for a good period of time. Like the first 3 years are always telling, if those demons can grow to respect each other, because that's the main thing. That's one of the key components for a relationship, to be able to sort of like maintain composure throughout the different seasons. Respect has to be one of those pillars of foundations within it. So otherwise it will be tested by Saturn, and Saturn don't play with relationships that are disrespectful. Y'all see the stuff that's going on in the news? I shall say nothing. I'm going to keep myself in this space. Loki, I want to do a reading, but I'm finished after I did the whole Jada and Will Smith reading years ago, and that ended up playing out. I didn't want to go into anybody's space anymore and go and unpack their stuff, because I had no idea that was August. I was seeing it all up in the bedroom that I was seeing at the time. So But yeah, girl, this is where we're at. Yeah, that's pretty much the situation. Um, hey, there's so much going on in the chat, y'all. Renee, bear with me, my love. I'll check that out for you. I think you're already on the list though, Renee, no? If I'm not mistaken. Yep. Yeah. Got it, my love. I thought you were already on the list though. Let's see. Athenia. Okay. Oh, Renee, what, you wanted to jump off on the list? Was that it? They make genuine relationships seem real, seem as if they're too good to be true. Oh, someone can have your spot. Ain't that sweet? Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, so everyone in the chat is here. That's what's up on the list. That's good. He is coming, my love. He is coming. Y'all gonna trauma bond for a little bit, and then I guess kind of like figure out the process from there. Right? He comes in between week 9 to 12. So I think you have cycles with Mercury retrogrades. I think he might be coming in on a Mercury retrograde, if I'm not mistaken, to be fair. I don't know, 9 weeks from now, where are we? I know that Mercury's going to go retrograde. It might be in the post shadow that he comes in, which would be better for you rather than like deep into the midst of a Mercury retrograde. Wow. The X6. Thank you. Oh, was Ari not on the list? Oh, I thought I didn't see her on the list actually. Yeah. Look at that, Ari. Sorry. Oh, that's what's up. Okay, so, oh, sorry, my bad, guys. The chat is moving so quick. Oh my days, I should know with all these tensions in the air, right? Dang. Okay, we've got your donation. And we've got another donation as well. Who's that? Okay, Kay. I thought so. I thought that your thingy was familiar. Dang. Okay, the donation list is like growing ever so quickly. I think we've got one or two more places on the donation list, and then we're closing that out as well. Oh, and then we've got a free slot on the list. Look at you guys. Ain't you guys? Y'all are my people. Y'all gonna make me cry. The Pisces in me just gonna come out. All the love. No. Everybody said, look, we gotta get moving. Here got the coins. I get with y'all. Okay. That part. I love that. I love that. No. That's all good, man. That's all good. Look, it is potentially, yes. Okay, Renee, that's probably why. Okay. You get it. It is potentially an X, but I think that this is a situation where they're not coming back in as the same person, and this is probably why the necessity, as far as like you kind of like being attracted to that whole like some of the F-boy qualities. And let's not get it twisted. Like there's a certain charm and charisma to the F-boys. That's kind of why they're appealing. Okay. So yeah. I think it's an ex, but they come back into the space in a different sort of dynamic. Potentially somebody who, yeah, potentially somebody who found themselves, I guess, in a little bit of a third party-ish situation with you, where they kind of opened themselves up emotionally, um, and checked out, I guess, and they're kind of like, I don't know. I want to say that karma's given them time to really reevaluate that decision, and they're sort of coming back around to a second coming, if you will. Right. So, okay, advice for our girl Smara, closing out the space, y'all. Let's get it. Okay. Let's see advice. Thank you. Okay. What's coming back in initially is a bit of a flirting experience. And this is probably because they're going to be coming in the retrograde. I'm not going to lie, because I was concerned about that when I sort of like got the timeline in terms of 9 to 12 weeks. Hold on. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to check and see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 10, 11, 12. Okay. Okay. So 9 weeks in, we are end of Jan. So we're in the post shadow period. Okay. Okay, that's roughly around about what I thought. Okay. So they come in, it's a little bit, it kind of starts like a bit of a non-starter. So there's a little bit of time to kind of like get the engine going and get the engine revving, if you will. There's chemistry there, it's natural, because obviously there was um a situation, if you will, that was developing. But I think, yeah, it kind of runs hot and cold initially. And there's moments where it's kind of like going through a process of a mental sort of like breakthrough. And that moment will sort of come. The moment will come. Initially, it's a bit of a flirting situation. But it's a prolonged process of trusting, I guess, that soulmate connection. But yeah, it's kind of like whatever period of isolation you were both navigating through, that's going to be briefly over. The Mercury retrograde is going to sort of like bring the tides back in alignment, but then it's a very, very like I said, it's trippy. Like it's just not, the waves is not waving, girl. I'm like looking out there, but it's just, yeah, it's a little bit trippy to ride initially, but it does actually sort of like continue to unfold. I think it's more of a trusting game, because one of the first things that they said in going into the process is pay attention to the red flags, because although they've matured, they're still their old self in ways, in essence, basically. And it's a case of identifying where your boundaries are now, today, and being able to exercise that, because they're sort of getting a reset or a revisit to the class with you, because they've done some work, and it's like a test, if you will, on whether they're ready to do the rest of the work that would be necessary by the precise boundaries you'll be putting into place. So yeah, that part. And literally it says answer the call. Okay, so yeah, yeah. I'm like, y'all are funny. Seriously, so glad to be alive in the 21st century. Definitely. Okay. Stuff's a whole lot easier. I don't know how much we take for granted here, but I myself personally, sometimes my soul reminds me how easy she has it on this timeline. Okay. in essence to certain other stuff, but yes. Oh, I hope that that was useful for you there, my love. Okay. So we have, who do we have next on the list? Let me start this one as well because this is the updated list. We have Renee on the list. Let's get it, mama. All good, Smara. Thank you. Beautiful. All right, Renee. Oh. It's funny because you do have to ask these types of questions in this types of climate. So many demons are out here creating their own narratives. It's actually ridiculous. It's a lot. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's a whole thing. Okay, so interesting one, guys. What's the tea on Joseph and Fernanda's situation in terms of the third party? What do you got? Oh, interesting. What do you guys know? That was interesting. Already, you guys are ready to spill the tea. Okay. Hi, Claudia. How are you doing, Mama? I think there's actually an open slot now available from Kay, who gave away her place. So you're lucky because your guide brought you in here just in time. And I've had a Claudia on my assignment list for the last 3 weeks, but I haven't been able to do reading. So lovely to meet you. I asked 3 weeks ago because it was on my assignment list, the name. So it's nice to meet you, my love. Look at that. Okay. There we go. We're all good. Well, I mean, timing is everything. Timing is everything. I finally just got back in here. Scorpio and new moon just kind of like, well, for, yeah, that part, that part. It just kind of brought me back into the space. The eclipses kind of had your girl trying to figure out, trying to get to these streets. But yes, think of your questions, Kay, because we're going to unpack all three of them. So we've got some time to go yet. And also, do you guys mind so we can navigate through like balancing both lists, right? Because I just did a free one because I just started. After I do Renee, I'll do a free one and then we'll go back to the donation list and then I'll do a free one again and go back to the donation list if you guys don't mind. We're going to try and get through it as quickly as possible. It's just that the free list will basically just get a backlog. So we kind of want to juggle both. And I'm gonna get better with my timing, guys. But y'all gotta like, I know I'm nosy and I want to know some stuff, but y'all ask me a question, I'll start asking that question, then we go with another question, and your girl's out here because I'm with the T as well. Okay. But yeah, that part. It takes time. But if you guys don't mind, there's on the donation list because I know the natural principle is for it to be donation list, but that can get a little bit tricky with the free list getting a backlog. By the time I finish with you guys, it's basically all of them left on the free list. Athena, so Mina, if we can also, okay, there we go. Thank you. You did get Claudia on there. There you go. Beautiful. No, Mina, you were already on the list. There's 11, the novelty. We're good. Pop yourself in front of Claudia. And there we go. We'll wrap it up that way. All good. Right, we're gonna go and get into it now. Okay, thank you for stopping into the space, Claudia. Nice to sort of see what we got going on. Okay, so right, Joseph and Fernando, where were we, guys? Okay. Oh, okay. Let me go grab that. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Talk to me about it then. Sorry. Sorry, we're going to get into the nitty gritty. So, one of the things that they're saying to me is that what's going on in terms of the communication is about a perception on a friendship. So, I want to get the real tea. So, let me unpack it. Okay. 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 Short answer. Yes, there was some sort of like infidelity situation. There was something that wasn't necessarily right. There was something that I guess he was lying about and being manipulative and quite like he was deflecting basically. He was spinning lies. Because one of the things that they were showing me about that dynamic was like a little bit of a gaslighting. So he was he was doing some stuff, but like it wasn't all the way true in terms of some of the stuff that he had to say, particularly about a friendship that he had. It wasn't what it appeared to be. Um, and there was some, I guess, falling from grace, if you will, is how they put it with the situation um, that caused the breakup. No, it can trick you. It can trick you. I don't, this is the thing though, right? I'm gonna say this. I do think that she's also spinning her own narratives on the situation as well. I'm not gonna lie on that part. So neither people are telling the truth. I'll tell you that. Neither person in this little situation is telling the entire truth, right? People are speaking from their hurt feelings a little bit. Like her stuff is like the gray areas that she's not necessarily like aware of or she doesn't know about. She's creating her own narratives and inserting her own thoughts and opinions into those places as facts to validate her story a little bit as well. So let's be clear on that. Yeah, I do too, but I feel like it was both. Yep, something happened, but she's adding her, yeah, that part, that part. I think she's also kind of like creating her own little story and adding to the pot a little bit. Um, but yeah, he's no angel either. I'm not gonna lie, he's no angel either. I think from what I can see with the situation, like he himself was kind of like navigating through some confusion at this time. I think she has a tendency to be a little bit combative sometimes, I guess, is probably the best way that I can put it. Like that's how he experiences it. Especially when like the air is thick in certain sort of like transits, and it can get a little bit like defeatist for him, sort of like being in the space. So I think when they were going through one of those seasons, he did become a little bit confused if he wanted to be like fully committed to the situation. I guess the universe presented him with an opportunity, if you will, like, are you sure? Type moment, right? Because the universe loves those. After you've said, look, this is what I want, the universe is like, are you sure? and you kind of have to go through the process of really getting to grips if you're sure or not, actually, that part. But yeah, he went through some of that, and I think that that is when this situation introduced itself and became a little bit tricky. I don't think he was completely innocent, but I think the timing on the situation was a little bit of a challenge in terms of their where they were at, basically. Um, so can you call it? I mean, I think that's one of the things that he's kind of like pleading on this. Like, can one really call it cheating in essence because of how it started, really? Because they were kind of like somewhat in a we're together but not together sort of space, you know? Gotta know what you want because folks be selling way too much and this stuff happens that part, okay? And if you don't know what you want, I mean, the universe is gonna be like, is this it? Is this it? Do you want this? Do you want that? Okay, because the Lord shall supply your needs sufficiently, okay? And he's always like, God's a very giving God. So he's always trying to meet whatever need. And if it's like constantly like not very clear, you'll get not very clear sort of like indications from the universe. They have a very on and off relationship. So I was viewing it and they were off, but in her mind, he's still hers. So to her, it's cheating. You see where I'm going with this, my love, because these are the little thematics with the situation, because that's how it started. That's how it started. Like this was a situation that developed in one of their off phases. And now they're on again. And though it wasn't as simple as like letting that situation go as well, because it started to develop something like feelings had started to actually develop. So I think it's one of those things where I guess her feelings were hurt and her ego was bruised a little bit because I guess, um, he kind of, I don't want to say caught feelings, but he was kind of like out here ready to, I don't want to say fully wife someone, but behind the scenes, because it was never like to your face, in your face type thing, but he was fully ready to wife um, that other situation, or at least he let it appear to be so for the most part. So, yeah, neither of them ain't ish, respectfully. Okay, they deserve each other. They shouldn't bring anybody else into this chaos. That part. Um, let's see how it's gonna play out. Let's just close out that space and see how it's gonna play out. That was a good one, girl. That was nice and spicy. It was like a telenovela. Okay. Okay. Let's see. How do you see it playing out for these? Oh, thank you guys. Really? Girl. Is that together? They might not be over just yet. Okay. This might just be one of their off days. This is why they need to leave God's good people alone and just be together. Okay. They need to leave people out of their ish. But yeah, this might just be an off season. That is going to be a very brutal off season. But it shall be back on at some point. And they will be more in love than they were the time before that and the time before that. Who am I to judge? Okay, love looks how it looks, however it looks to some. So it is what it is. If they like it, I love it for them. That's what I'll say on that. They are so toxic, though. Let me just say, yeah, exactly, girl. Literally, we said it at the same time. They are hella toxic, okay? But this is what love looks like for them. Um, yes, it is beautiful. It is. But luckily, we've actually finished that one up. So the next one is Bronx Queen. Bronx Queen, what's your question? Put your question out there. Oh, look at you, Mina. You were sort of like getting them ready. Where is Bronx Queen? I haven't seen her for a minute in the chat. She's still here. I'm sure she came in to say hi at one point. She was here. That was a while ago. Sorry, I'm like scrolling through the chat to see if my eyes were deceiving me. There was so much going on in the chat at one point. I totally missed it, guys. My bad. Renee said, I keep fighting the other astral stuff that keeps happening. I haven't got over that hurdle yet. The human's so scared. I saw something with horns galloping away from me the other night. Girl, listen, trust me. When the guides came to sort of like take my consciousness up a gear, basically, this is when I basically opened my crown and they poured and downloaded everything. They literally like took my consciousness from my body whilst I slept. I literally, when they came and got me, I was like, really? I was so shook. At the same time, I just like turned around after they assured me that it was going to be fine. I turned around and grabbed my partner because I was in bed with. I grabbed him and then I went with him. But the human is shooketh, okay? So don't feel no way about the astral traveling, because sometimes it's like, oh my God, I gotta find my body and get back. Okay, it's a whole challenge. There's a lot going on in the spirit realm. Did we find our girl Bronx Queen? Okay, Bronx Queen. I don't think Bronx Queen is here. Astral travel, hell yes. Ultra ego. Oh my God, listen. I even when I had my car accident, because I'm always projecting, so I literally projected to my partner. I was like, oh my God, Bear, you won't believe what just happened. Like he literally called me straight away, but he's very good on the telepath, so I send him thoughts and downloads all the time, and he does the same thing to me, but quite connected that way. But yes, listen, astral traveling all the time. I've one time when I had like a someone's demon, I did some Reiki, and someone's demon attached to my id, and it was pulling my ego down, and I couldn't relieve myself of it. I went to go and call my homegirl. Okay, I went to go and call her, astral projected. I put my body to sleep and astral projected to go and call her to come and help me do an exorcism on myself. So yeah, it's the whole thing. Oh, Claudia, damn girl. Okay, you said you couldn't wait. That's too far. Okay, let me check. I think I did just get your got your donation, Claudia. Okay, so the space is still open as well. Mina, there you go. Pop yourself in there. Okay. Claudia's thing. The donation list is closed now, y'all, because I think the free list is gonna be like, oh my God, what about me? What about me, girl? Don't worry, I got y'all. Okay, it's a whole thing. But yes, yeah. So, Ultra Ego, did you start typing in your question to pop it out there? I'd be seeing cartoon birds and cartoon figures, and I'd be like, what realm is this? I was going down a tunnel and a white bear was at the end of it. And I fought out of it. Listen, trust me, like in the realm of abstract, so in between like this, the veil is like a very thick layer of different realities that we call a veil, but it's like abstract thoughts. There's a bunch of other different like steps to like coming down into this level of density. And that you'd be surprised all the stuff that's out there speaking about hubby. Bear with me, y'all. I'm gonna mute myself for a second, okay? There you go. Okay, that's precisely it. He's always there. As soon as I mention his name, he's like, whoop, his ears percolate up. Okay, so it's based on my previous question from 2 weeks ago. Okay. Hey, Sammy. Okay. And let me get the updated list. Mina, why aren't you down on the list? Claudia has now donated, so she's going to be after Kay on the donation list, and then you can pop yourself there. You had yourself there previously. Pop yourself in there, Mama. Listen. It's because it's so many experiences. One time I was outside of a matrix and I didn't know what it was at the time, but now I do. Listen, trust me. Trust me, okay? Sometimes when I get back to my body, it's like I jump the hell up and I'm like, oh, damn. That was intense. Okay. Okay. There was a door leading back to someone's house and someone that part, trust me. Oh, trust me, 100%. Okay. Okay, so Ultra Ego, we've got your question. I'm going to pop it up on there. And we're going to dive into it. Okay. What does the spirit guides as well as spirits want me to know in regards to my connection with Sarah? I feel like her absence is a curse for me and I won't be able to renew things with her. Oh. Sorry. I know, I see you. I see you, beautiful. Thank you. Right? Because we come in here and we do this, Mina. We do this. You were even here with me the last time when we had like new subscribers only. Sorry, guys, I get dry. I've got my heater on as well and it just dries me out. I know since 2 weeks ago I felt different. It's not surprising. We're navigating through the Scorpio new moon. It can do that. Serious shit. Like I tell people all the time, like anything that you have like buried, Scorpio new moon will naturally bring that up. It likes a little bit of poking just to make sure. And you did tell me it would take like 8 weeks or like the end of the year. Yeah. Let's go and see. So you want to know, what do you need to know in regards to the connection? Okay, just to sort of give you some time to hang on. Oh, thank you, Mina. Listen, she is my fave human too. She's funny. This one. She tickles me. Okay, interesting. Talk to me. Okay. What does ultra egoism? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just laughing actually because it was so funny because when I picked up the phone to my mister and he was like, oh, did you tell them I've got the powers? I was like, yeah, that was literally what I was telling them. It's like he was literally tuned into the channel because he's developing his senses as well. Like I kind of awoke in before him because there's a little bit of an age gap between us. I'm like a few years ahead. So that was funny actually. Oh, Lalima, you're going to board a flight. Oh, dang. Sorry. You want to throw your question out there? But every time I think of her, yes, I would like to know because it's like I feel depressed and in a dark hole I can't escape. Oh, you did get skipped. You did get skipped. We can come back because we've just gone to Ultra Ego. But stick around, Bronx Queen. Literally, we just missed you a second ago. But yeah. because we've just gone on to Ultra Ego and you've missed it, by that person, I'll allow for you to be able to sort of get a reverse slot, if you will. We're still going to go back to the donation list and then come back though. And then, yes, to Mina's question, Lalima, are you going to be able to stick around with us, or is it something? Oh, that's okay, my love. That's okay. I think if you are going to sort of step out the room, let us know or something, and we'll have to try and figure something out. But yeah, all good. We'll swap it around because you've only sort of gone where Ultra Ego was behind you, basically. Back to your space, Ultra Ego, because you were sort of like breaking down sort of like the process of where you are now a couple of weeks later. But every time I think of her, I get this inkling that she is communicating or thinking about me at the same time, because she is. And we're navigating through some of those seasons at the minute. I don't know if you guys are also picking up on I've literally like been picking up on so many people's unconscious thoughts, and conscious, because you saw what just happened with my mister there. He literally was like remote viewing this whole situation. He just didn't realize it. But the veil is very, very thin in this like space, because we're sort of like moving over to the 2024 timelines as well. So the oh god, the proportion of like variables in this space is just very unhinged, basically. This is why we're dealing with so much tension in the air as well, because the veil is pretty thin at this time. Going back to your situation, I'm gonna say not a curse, not a curse, because they're saying that this wasn't necessarily a karmic situation or a karmic unfolding or anything like that. This isn't a case of you experiencing any karma with the process or anything like that. This is more so a case of a transformative situation. There's like literally three major arcanas that I can see here, in order for this situation to be able to be mendable. Sorry. Yeah, there's really being able to become a little bit more resourceful and being able to sort of like transform what the situation once sort of looks like. I think there's a lot of learning that's taking place in order for that transformation to kind of occur. And I think for Zara at the minute, she's kind of like navigating through her own independence in essence. And she's kind of, I guess, exploring that space at the moment. Yeah, I guess that's where she's doing her learning right now. That's probably why it feels so depressing to you in terms of because the focus isn't necessarily in the space. So where your energy is focused in the space, it means you're kind of like, how can I put it? It means you're kind of feeding that space in essence, feeding that space consciously on your own in essence. She still kind of like goes back there. That's because she's still got some emotionally unresolved issues when it comes to this space. So even though she's doing the whole sort of like independent thing, there's a part of herself that's still kind of like, yeah, just processing the situation emotionally. She's not necessarily sort of like where she wants to be, but she's gonna fake it till she makes it. I'll put it like that, because that's kind of like the notion that she's in at the minute. She's kind of utilizing different deflection and distraction tactics to be able to kind of like navigate. I feel her conscious around me. Sometimes is that weird or normal? It is, depends on who you ask. For me, I'd say that that's normal, because that's how we actually experience life, and this is why I come into this space to have these types of conversations with my people, because that's actually the way that reality is. We all have access to each other's unconscious thoughts actually in the subconscious hard drive, which is where we all share a collective hard drive, and we can hear each other's thoughts, we can hear each other's feelings, we can hear each other's prayers in our independent prayer closet, but it takes a certain level of care. Like, it's because you care about her right about now, so you're accessing her thoughts unconsciously. that's how you basically get into somebody else's mind space. Hack. I don't know if I should be sharing that because I am conscious about, the information that I put out there, but I really want to like start having these conversations openly. And I say this every session, but I am going to get some of this content out there. We're going to start the usual spiel that I do at this step, right? Hold on. Thingy says that I can do this, and that's going to, okay. I'm supposed to create a marker. And like, I find it odd that every time I think about her, my mother asks about her all the time. Yeah, because you're thinking about her, right? Because you care about her. So you're sort of picking up on her drive, right? Her unconscious drive. Mum cares about you. So she's picking up on your drive. She's sensing that that's a place that you're sort of like, there's a void within yourself that is potentially causing someone happiness. So it's all very interesting, actually. But love this talk. It's all about the microcosm and the macrocosm of it all, really. The smaller aspects of everything, because care for each other is there. It creates this bigger picture where everybody's kind of caring about the same things, in essence. But yes, you're thinking about her, mum's thinking about you. So mum will naturally want to fill that void because she can sense that that's what is causing said void. And I feel sad when I have to tell her mother stuff that's not true because I haven't been able to speak to Zara in a long time. Yeah. Yeah. And I hear that. But hey, I think it's one of those situations where everybody's just trying to figure out how to navigate the situation. I think even for Zara as well, she's still like blocked emotionally in this space, and there's a little bit of a lack of direction. She doesn't necessarily know what, in essence, she's kind of like doing with this time, but she does know that she's kind of like claiming it for herself at least, and that's kind of where the whole independent thing is sort of like playing out at the minute. That's kind of where she's at right now. And that's really where she's kind of like putting her focus. That's where she's faith filled at the minute. She's kind of like full of faith that this is what she needs to be doing at this point of her journey. So, yeah. What's the advice then for ultra ego wisdom in navigating? Thank you. What do you guys advise? Because that's the whole lot. Okay, within the next few weeks, we do know that we're navigating through a timeline. We had that upload previously. Recovery. Within the next few weeks, there'll be recovery. There's no more waiting. And again, this is assurance about the timeline that we spoke about. So right now probably isn't the best time for the shifting of the climates. I think she has to go through this process for her own healing sake, in essence. I think she's kind of like burnt out a little bit in terms of what felt like a little bit of a lack of progress in this space with you guys, where it felt like things started to become stagnated a little bit. Yeah. I do like how she's independent and making her life better, and I'm focusing on getting work. There you go. There you go. And those are just where like you guys' priorities need to be at the minute. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you're like, oh, this is really important. God's like, yeah, but is it urgent? And then he puts something else in front of you that is urgent so that you can focus on that, because that's going to be more meaningful to be able to build the foundation and the proper step and stages for you to be able to kind of like, have the kind of outcome that you want. Okay. And on that note, we're going to move on to the next lovely one. I think we're back to Bronx Queen, but we're not going to be reading for you just yet. We're actually going to go to the donation list and go to Athenia. We're going to go to Athenia. I was just going to say Athena there, but Athenia. Let's get your question, my love. and dive into it for you. But I hope that was useful for you, Ultra Ego. Athenia, are you here, my love? Firstly, we'll do that. Oh, there we go. Oh, did it have anything to do with the Scorpio new moon? Because the Scorpio new moon can be very like stingy. The emotions can get like demons have no respect during this type of climate. It takes a really like balanced relationship to navigate through some of, and it depends on what the communication's like as well. But yeah, this can be quite the climate. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Mina. Thank you. Free and donation list is closed. Okay, we're wrapping up for the night. What are George's intentions towards me and our connection? Okay. What are George's intentions towards Athenia? Okay. Thank you, guys. Put it into perspective. Yeah, we want all of it. We want all of the file. That's relevant. Please and thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, this is interesting. You guys have got 3 major arcanas here. I'm going to say a few things. I think he doesn't feel like he's where he needs to be to give you what you want in a relationship. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, maybe it was a Scorpio new moon. Never thought of that. Girl, listen, trust me. As soon as anything starts quaking in my relationship, I'm like, shit, what is going on astrologically? I have to listen, trust me. Okay, we've got so much going on in pop culture as well with this Scorpio new moon transformation, especially with this Saturn retrograde unearthing things from the last like 30 years, 30 to 40 years, this kind of transit. So it's a very, very interesting time. So these may be patterns, basically genetic patterns within lineages that are basically coming up to surface as well. So some of those updates can be a little bit inconvenient. Prayer is always a good and useful tool for it. It helps you to navigate through the process consciously, BTW. So when we finish up and we guys, I'm gonna God's been sort of like leading me to a little bit of a prayer chain where we just come in maybe once a month and just pray on some ish together, because I love a good prayer for one. It's one of my most powerful gifts and attributes as well, but also I want to be able to pray for some people, because I got lots of people praying for me at church and stuff, and I didn't want to start praying for people unless I had people praying for me, okay, because the spirit world is real, okay, and these demons don't play. But yes, I needed that covering so that I can come and cover you guys, basically. So watch the space for that. It's going to be something soon. But yes, Athenia, he's navigating through some insecurities, right? Girl, trust me, because there's so many different things that's going on, like in lives. Like when you guys come and like tell me on certain things, like there's so many things when I finish up in this space here that I will pray for you guys on. I don't make it like a personal thing to let you guys like know, but some of the stuff that I can sort of like see is like an issue. I'll pray on this thing for a person or pray on that thing for a person. But it would be nice to come into the space and like do so openly, with you guys. But yeah, they are navigating through some insecurities on the situation. I think in terms of their intentions towards you, it's more a case of them feeling a little bit like the situation, they have a little bit of a defeatist attitude about the situation, basically. They themselves aren't really where they sort of like want to be. And I think that it's almost like they feel like the best thing in essence, right, is to let you go. So there's a little bit of self-sabotage going on. Was that the pattern that you experienced during this Scorpio new moon, like some self-sabotage? Because it seems like on the undertone, unconsciously, that's one of the things that's basically sort of like playing out. That's their intention, but it's a hidden intention. Okay, so okay. Let's go and see why. That part. That's what we want to see. Because we want to get to like, okay, guys, no, right. Hold on. Sorry, sidebar. I understand that the self sabotage is basically flaring up as a side effect of the insecurity that she deserves better. And there's all these expectations that he feels that he can't meet. I understand all of that. But there's the choice to either decide to try at least and meet those expectations and fail a few times if that's what it takes to get to success. And then there's the option to actually like just throw it all away and be done with it type thing and just go to okay, well that was the easier option. Okay, well when you put it like that, okay, well that was the easier option, girl. Sorry. I'm laughing because I had to have a whole sidebar, okay, with the guys because they're like, but you know why he did it and this. But outside of that, it's a choice. Do you see what I'm saying? So I wanted to understand more of like why he felt like he needed to make that choice. Okay, but what's the real tea though, guys? Come on. Like, why self-sabotage as opposed to self-elevation? Right? Okay. Ah, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Listen, I'm telling you, right? I have to ask these questions, beautiful, because, you know, we know what it's like to be human, but we also know that there's a choice to be superhuman at the same time. Okay? Like, it's not just like a one-track pony sort of situation. Oh, Lalima, you're still with us. What they're saying on the situation, the realty on this is that he actually has like a lack of focus, and he's a little bit like lacking in ambition. Basically, he's a bit lacking in the drive to be able to kind of like really push himself in the way that he needs to with this situation. I think there's a little bit of intimidation. I think he thinks that you're too good for him, just in ways. Oh, Lalima, you are funny. Let me see where you are on the list. Sorry. Where is Lalima on the list? Oh, where is Lalima? Did we take her off the list? Don't worry, I've got. Oh, you're still a while yet, beautiful. Yeah, you're still a while yet. Dang. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mina. Look at you. You're so quick. Don't worry. Well, we're moving quick in essence in comparison to how we usually move. I know, Mina, you was like, love it. We're moving very quick over here in essence in comparison to normal movement. So this is good. You may actually be able to sort of like get your question today. Yep, I agree on the lack of pushing through or lack of focus. Well, this is the thing. This is the thing, Mama. I think that I don't know. I think he sees you in a certain bracket, basically. It almost seems like unattainable, even though he's already got it. I don't know. He's dealing with some insecurity that really has nothing to do with you. This is a 3 to 4 year old insecurity of his, so he's regressing to 3 to 4 year old behaviors. I'm not sure how it actually played out for you during this Scorpio new moon. But yeah, his emotional processing was probably that of a 3 to 4 year old, because it seems like that's where he kind of developed this insecurity from. And it's almost no lie. I actually feel like it's a little bit of a mummy demon, a mummy issue thing. So not to say that it's a big, because I've seen some really big mummy issue demons, right? This is like a medium. The thing is, will he change? We're already living together. What is wrong with him? Well, the thing is, it's almost like I'm telling you what's wrong with him, my love. I don't know what to say. I'm telling you what's wrong with him. He actually has a mummy issue demon. Around about 3 to 4 years old, that demon in particular is what has kind of flared up in this self-sabotage. So what he was expressing in this window was feelings of low self-esteem, lack of self-worth, and all of these things are actually developing because he does lack focus, which is basically he's not achieving the goals that he wants because he's not focused and he's not concentrated. So it's like a psycholatry situation. Do you see what I'm saying? And because he's not achieving the goals that he wants to be able to achieve, he would rather kind of like knock everything down, basically. So it doesn't have to appear as though he's failed if everything is just gone to shit anyways. Then he can be a victim along with everything that has come crashing down, right? Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. I'm gonna check into the space. I have to tell you all the things that is wrong with him because he's not gonna change on his own, my love. I'm giving you the hacks because you need to know this information for when these little demons basically flare up, how to navigate through them, because you're gonna have to fight for your man until he can fight for himself, bro. That's just me keeping it all the way real with you. Like, this is a lot of the times because the men, again, in society, they don't have the emotional safety. There's no room for them to be safe enough to be able to process their emotions. So a lot of this stuff just gets locked away, and then we kind of like deal with it basically in eruptions. Unfortunately, that's more or less how it actually plays out instead, right? And with those types of eruptions, a lot of the times, you know, it can kind of like push people away. But the truth is, they actually are wanting people to draw closer. They just don't know how to be vulnerable enough to be able to let themselves unfold and unravel. The ego plays a big part in it. So stuff like self-sabotage, like when a person starts to play up with that type of behavior, they're under demonic attack. But listen, an emotional sickness is no different to a terminal illness. And a lot of the times when we're sick with demons, it leads to terminal illness. In essence, it's a physical manifestation of the emotional disruption and dis-ease that we're navigating through. So yeah, what I'm speaking to you about, my love, is the thing, that's the very thing he needs to change. He developed this story around about the age of 3 or 4. It might be worth maybe having a conversation or creating some sort of safe space for him to be able to just unearth this a little bit and unpack it a little bit. But be mindful, right? Because you're literally going into like a mind maze where there may be minds of demons basically on that timeline for him. But I put that across to you because if you want him to change, he has to heal. He doesn't change doesn't come from like, you know, a desire to change. Change comes from healing. If you're unhealed, you'll perpetuate the same behaviors. So yeah, a lot of the stuff that you're navigating through, this lack of actual like progression basically that you guys are experiencing, is because he's stagnating himself, because he's emotionally stuck at 3 to 4 years old. There's a story that has been told that he's not necessarily good enough to be able to meet mum's expectations, and I want to say it's between mum and or aunt. I don't know what the dynamic was like with mum per se, because it seems like it's a very strange and abstract dynamic type situation. Um, yeah, well, this is a situation. This is really. If you asked me what was wrong with him, girl, I'm telling you what's wrong with him and how we can fix him. Okay, but he's not going, it's not a fixing himself, it's something that he's not able to do on his own because he's not aware. Unfortunately, he's just unconscious to a lot of these things, and because he's never really sort of like had the freedom to basically unpack it, um it's festered, and it's causing a sickness in your relationship in essence, because he's stagnated emotionally, and it's causing a physical stagnation. He's a first boy, lots of expectation on him and the family. Okay, so I can understand why he lacks this focus at the minute in essence then, because if that's the timeline basically that he's bleeding from at the moment emotionally, um then it's almost like if he's navigating through those failures, it's like, okay, well, stuff it. I don't want to have to make. This is where the spirit of rebellion shows up, basically, when there's all these expectations and it seems like so grandiose and just like, oh my God, like, are these even realistic? They're unattainable. Let me just activate the spirit of rebellionism and then I won't have to be accountable. Do you see what I'm saying? So he needs to deactivate the spirit of rebellionism because it is backfiring on his own life, first and foremost. He needs to shut that tap off, and he needs to really start like working on actually the things that are going to make him see the value within himself, because his self-worth is a bit low at the minute, which is why he's operating from this self-sabotage behavior instead of actually like moving into self-elevation. Instead, he wants the self-elevation. He wants it badly, so badly to the point that he's self-destructing for it. It's counter-intuitive actually, but he's counter-manifesting what he actually wants. He's a little bit pessimistic, and that is stemming from the spirit of rebellionism as well, which is telling this story. Anything that could potentially be positive, the spirit of rebellionism is teaming up with this pessimistic force, and it's just constantly like speaking negative, negative, negative. So that's another thing. I hope you're taking notes on this, girl, because this is literally his like heart prescription, because you asked about changing him. You're gonna have to watch this back or come back to it and take notes as far as where we are, make a timestamp or something, because all of this information is going to, because there's a sequence in this as well. Like his healing process is going to take some time as well. Can he change? Yes. Will he change? He has a really great potential to change because he wants to change and he has the great um he has a great potential to be able to like execute, right? But I think that there's a little bit of anxiety. Basically, there's anxiety around failure. There's fear of failure in construct, and because there's a fear of failure, there's no movement towards success, and he's regressing instead. So let's see. Let's see what's the advice for him in terms of how he can work his life. I've given you quite a few different things that you can sort of like, I guess, the process of what he needs to do. And I'll tell you, the best thing that you can do for you in terms of like navigating through the process is pray for yourself. And this is why we come in with our prayer chain, y'all. Pray for yourself in terms of being able to sort of like have the skills and attributes, because he's going to need mothering in this process to unlearn the level of mothering that he learned previously. And this is where sometimes as well, because like in the collective, right, we have this thing in the collective where when we talk about the submissive woman, there is a little bit of a trigger, I guess, to some of the 21st century women. But well, this is what I'm saying to you. You're going to have to deal with him with tenderness. You're going to have to deal with him with patience, because you're dealing with a 3 to 4 year old. Your grown man is broken at 3 to 4 years old, and he has to grow from those places. Mind you, he can grow very, very quickly. Within space of 2 years, he can actually catch up to his actual age by that point, right? But he has to be able to kind of, bro, you laugh, but I'm being so real. So real. Grown man, but he's deeply like, this is literally like, because we're not giving room and space for these men to grow. Like we're dealing with a lot of like man boys, unfortunately. And then we kind of like cuss them out and tell them that we don't want to submit to them. Well, who's going to? Like they deal with such hardships from like their childhood or whatever the dynamic is. Like saying no to a child is traumatizing. They get traumatized. Go figures, right? And they don't know how to process these things. But what may have happened at 3 to 4 may just need to be updated in his software. Do you see what I'm saying? It's that simple. That's why I said if you can kind of like steer the conversation. Oh, girl, listen, you and me both. Trust me, I'm guilty of that too. That's why I'm here preaching to the choir, because I am a part of the choir too. Okay. And I said oops too. Okay. When the guy just told me that's not how you do that, girl. I'm like, okay, teach me, Lord. Show me the way. Okay. No, but seriously, that's when the angels started to teach me about like the levels of sickness that the men are subjected to because of the life that they've also been subjected to and the trauma that they have been asked to suppress and repress. And it's not their fault, unfortunately. It's just what the reality is. So yeah, I think with the situation with him, you can be, as it says, love is kind, love is patient. It's not quick to anger. So some of these things you're going to have to exercise and practice, because these are things that you would want him to basically portray to you, and you have to first give that in order to receive that. Okay, particularly at times when it's probably the most difficult or challenging for you, because those are the moments where the cycle is actually broken. The easy moments, I mean, there's shifts, but it's really the moments where it's most challenging that actually like breaks a certain cycle and creates a new pattern. So it's going to push you as well. If this is the person that you want to be with, he can potentially be someone else, but it's going to take him a full 2 years to be able to navigate through this healing process that he needs to go through, because he's been broken for a lot longer than you're going to attempt to assist him in his own healing. Okay, and that's going to take him a couple of years in the heart hospital to get back to full regeneration. Okay. And this is a family, an ancestral demon that he's dealing with as well. So it's going to take him some time to be able to come to as well, because when you kind of like cut them off, you also lose certain resources and certain supplies. And then you kind of also have to build back up, because these are demons basically that have been with you since childhood. So they teach you certain ways of life, essentially, and they bring certain benefits, if you will, to you, because the demons also serve their purpose as well. But he's going to have to learn he's going to have to learn mastering control, because why he's feeling this worthless at the minute is because he feels like everything is out of his control. So he's just like, to shit with everything, who cares anyways, right? But he doesn't need to be in control. He just needs to master the variables that are within his control. The other stuff, like, he needs to basically leave to God. That's got nothing to do with him, but he does need to do the things that he needs to do for him, because he's not doing enough, right? So I'm guessing I should reach out to him. Yeah, girl. Hell yeah. Let's go and dive into it, though. Let's go and dive into it and see a little bit more on the situation. What do you sort of think he should be doing in terms of being able to work his life? Thank you. The Great Gathering. Yeah. 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 It is a case of you reaching out, and I think you needed this particular insight to be able to equip you to go into that space, to reach out and actually make an actual shift for the betterment of the relationship moving forward, because otherwise you guys would have continued to dance on the topic, and basically the demon would have continued to be the elephant in the room that doesn't ever get addressed, that continues to wait for little moments where you guys are happy to just cause chaos, in essence. So wrangle that little demon, okay? Take it through the heavens, transmute it, okay? I'm gonna put out a prayer out there for y'all tomorrow morning. Got church tomorrow as well, so that's good. I get some extra protection, which means my vibrations will be even more prominent out there in spirit. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah, it's a demon, girl. Hell yeah. This demon attached to him when he was like 3 to 4 years old. It was his mom's demon. That's why it's an ancestral demon, and he needs to basically free himself from the captivity of this demon, because it's causing limitations to his potential. Because that's what they do, in essence. These are our human limitations, right? They manifest through demons. So yeah, work on some of those stuff, because when we are going well, something pops up and it turns to crap. Exactly that, because the demons literally, they just showed me, literally, the demon sits there, the 3 to 4 year old demon, because he developed this story at 3 to 4 years old that he's worthless and he'd never be happy and all of these things. And that there was that demon, that spirit basically came in, saw an opportunity to feed off a 3 to 4 year old. There's such, I'll say nothing because I'm not even trying to get myself like, as a target at the minute. I've already had all my stuff going down, but yeah, the demon saw that he was basically in a place of volatility, attached itself to him, continued to perpetuate these thoughts. And whenever things are going well in his life, it does start to bring in this perception on his reality, to start to focus on certain negatives so that it can basically expand it and grow it and feed basically off the positives that's going on in his life. And eventually it just becomes, he's his own agent of chaos, basically. And this entity attached when he was around about 3 to 4 years old. It was mom's. But yeah, let's see what the advice is for you. I know you're going to have to sort of like call and kind of like navigate, but yeah. What's the advice for our girl, Athenia? Thank you. And most women have left him. Yeah, yeah, because it's a lot to navigate through. And also, this demon, in essence, will cause disruptions in his relationships with females because it stems from a female. Do you understand? It's a masculine. Can I say it's a masculine? It's a masculine spirit that was attached to a feminine. So it has feminine feelings, but it's got masculine attributes. I don't know if I'm making sense to you guys here, because like in the spirit realm, like gender neutrality is a thing. Like things aren't necessarily gender per se. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, um, it's a masculine spirit, but it has feminine feelings because it came from his mum, basically. Yeah. Well, it's the truth. It's the truth that that spirit literally moving through you to sort of like, just kind of confirm and validate. But yeah, the process that you're going to be sort of like going through, I'm gonna do my best. I had a dream of this demon, girl, trust me, and I'm here to validate said dream. I'm here to validate said dream and let you know that the spirits were already telling you what was going on because you have been praying to God to get insight into what's going on in your relationship. Obviously, you probably couldn't interpret the dream to go into this level of the context of it. So you continue to pray, and here I am bringing you all the insights, girl. Okay, that's why I'm out here in these streets. It's been a minute, but this is why I come to this space to do all this good stuff. But yeah, it was a man with a beard and it was wearing female clothing and makeup. Exactly that. Exactly that. That's literally the demon that I see when I told you that it basically sits there and waits for things to go well and then it starts to cause chaos. That's the very demon. We're seeing the same demon. Okay. It came in my dream and I knew it was a demon. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, my love. It's his demon, basically. Because you've been praying to get clarity on certain things to be able to help your relationship. And that's the demon that is basically causing your relationship to stay stagnated as far as where you guys are and the perpetual cycles that you guys continue to navigate through. I woke up scared and I felt it sit next to my bed. Yeah, because that's precisely it. It knew that its time was coming up. The moment that God revealed it to you, it knew that its time was coming up, and that was kind of like a goodbye, if you will, because basically, like, the demons kind of like are there as the places that our parents actually fall short. Basically, they become our primitive ways to self-soothe when our parents basically don't show up how they need to with God's grace for us in certain moments. You was meant to find me, girl. Trust me. Trust me. It was a whole thing. I was meant to be back in the space tonight as well. But I tell you what they say, right? As far as your guidance on the situation, they said that you're ready to create the peaceful resolutions because that's ultimately what's going to assist in him being able to overcome this demon, right? This kind of stemmed from some sort of no situation that he dealt with mum, but I think that other people got a yes, or there was somebody else that basically got the yes that he was looking for, and that moment showed him that he wasn't worthy of his mum's love. And there's a story being perpetuated from that dynamic, and that demon's continuing to feed off him from that story. My love, I'm going to put a prayer out there. I've seen the demon. I know the flesh that the demon's feeding from. So I am going to, if y'all don't mind, do a little bit of an exorcism because it seems like the demon's ready to go, if you will. It doesn't seem like it will be too much because he wants to get better. He just doesn't know how to get better, and that's what he's got you for, I guess. And you're gonna have to like have the difficult conversations, but don't push him. Do not force him either, because I know that you can be forceful, girl. Okay, love him through it. And gently guide him through like being able to express himself safely, because once he's able to unearth it, then it will give you guys the room to actually start to grow like you want to. Okay. Damn, girl, that was a whole lot, but I hope that that was useful for you. I hope that that was useful for you, for real, for real. I know that there was a lot in there to unpack, but definitely come back and watch back the video so that you can get all of the stuff that you need to get. Because I'm going to kick some demon butt tomorrow. Thankfully, we have, what have we got coming up next? Sorry, I'm trying to think. What minute have we got? After this, we've got the Gemini full moon. Okay, good time, good timing. It's a good time to like learn. So old learnings are going to be updated. So it's a great time for him to unlearn for the next cycle. So it's a good time to do a little bit of an exorcism so I can create space for him to receive the update, the software update. Oh, that's what's up. I'm glad that it was useful for you, beautiful. I'm glad that it was useful for you. I think the question begged for some real insights, and the guides wanted to be able to like put it all into perspective. So I'm glad that it was useful for you, beautiful. That's what's up. Snaps to that. I can already see that there's going to be changes sort of like taking place. You guys will be in a different place within the next 2 years, but I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be strenuous because as you continue to unearth certain things, he's gonna have to be willing to sort of like grow in certain ways. I think that he loves you enough to be able to be motivated to do the growing that's necessary. But I think your delivery will mean everything in terms of how the growing process happens. Okay, I'll leave you with that. But yeah, let's go and check it out and see where we are with it. Okay, who have we got next? We've got Bronx Queen next, and then we've got Kay. I think, yeah, Kay put her question out there. I've got her first question. So I've got your first question, Kay. Don't worry, I'm going to come back to it. It's already started. Bronx Queen, are you here? We wouldn't want you to miss your turn again, girl. It's going to be tricky tonight. Okay. If you are here, Bronx Queen, start putting your question out there. Yeah. So this is the current list. We have Kay on the donation list next. We've got Claudia. And on the free list, we've actually got Bronx Queen, Sammy, Crow's Nest, Ash 13, Lalima, and we also have Valina, Sun, and M. Oh, that's all good, Sammy. We've still got some time for you yet because we're going to go back to K after Bronx Queen. So we're good. Okay, so Bronx Queen wants a general around money and career. Okay. Let's see, guys. What do you guys need our girl Bronx Queen to know in terms of career costs at the minute? Okay. We're in our 8 of Pentacles energy, are we? In the educational aspect of things. Okay. We're learning. Okay, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Oh, good to know that you're still here, okay? Don't worry, we're going to come to you. And then we're going to sort of move through the list as well. But yes, okay, so interesting with the situation. One of the things that they're showing me is that it's definitely going to be very, very overwhelming at times, okay? But a good overwhelm, a good overwhelm. The one thing that I see like with the situation is that like this overwhelming sort of like situation is like it's just pressure being applied to you basically to make you stronger, right? For some of the things that you kind of like say that you want, in terms of like the money aspect. So you may find yourself overworking yourself at times during this season, and you may even find yourself navigating through 2 or 3 different breakdowns in communication between now and the end of the year. Not gonna lie, particularly when sort of like speaking about the career space, right? So not anything major in terms of like cause for concern, but it is stuff that is going to assist with your maturity level, basically. It's going to assist you with how you take action on certain situations. So um, you may have had a tendency to respond to situations in one way, and you're going to basically be forced. There's 3 tests, okay? My words, girl. You got 3 tests during this season between now and the end of the year in career class, right? I don't know when they're going to show up for you. Maybe as we continue to unpack the reading, they might give me more insight into it. But each of them may come with its own dynamic of breakdown in communication. So there may be misinterpretation on certain things. Attitude is something that's going to get tested for you in the class. Right. And I'm telling you these things because it's going to have an impact in terms of the implications for money. So don't worry, we're going to come to the money aspect of it, but I'm giving you the lowdown before the hoedown. Okay. The attitude's going to be tested in terms of this communication breakdown. The jumping to conclusions, that's something that you have a tendency to do. You're pretty quick with that. So you have to kind of like allow for, let count to 5 basically if a person's speaking and you want to like intercept, because sometimes you're not necessarily listening, like you're not listening to kind of like be present in the space and actually respond. You're just kind of like listening to kind of like react basically. You're just looking for the next thing for them to say, like, so you can jump on that so that you can like go for something else. And kind of, you're a very good debater and it's one of your strong qualities. Just apply that in the right places, because that's where you're going to get tested basically in this season. Sidebar: hey Alice, my love, free list is closed, donation list is closed, but you can stick around just in case anybody misses their spot on the free list, and you might be able to sort of like come into the fold. Okay. Bronx Queen. So with the situation as well, so we've got the breakdown in communication, we've got attitude basically being tested, we've got the not jumping to conclusions and being too quick to speak before we think. It's all good, beautiful. It's all good. Don't worry. I got the tea for you, girl. At least this way, because this is going to impact and affect your money, right? Because that's what we're looking at the minute, which is why they're coming at it from this angle and giving me the insights from this space, so that we can make sure, okay, that we keep that check nice and right during this climate, because this climate is going to be very telling. Like basically you're going to be sort of like pushed against the wall to kind of like cause you to bring up old behaviors, but you have to show the universe that you are new you who has adjusted to this new timeline, and you present accordingly. Otherwise you're going to go back to class. So I just want to keep it like all the way true with you. Definitely, as you kind of like go through these moments of agitation, there may be situations that can likely be infuriating, and they are there basically because your spirit of despair is trying to feed, okay, and see what it can get in those types of situations, if it can get a whole meal or if it can get just a little snack. Okay, so what's your thoughts during the process? This is probably really going to impact you during the Mercury retrograde, actually, because we've got Mercury retrograde coming towards the end of the year, but the pre-shadow periods is probably going to outline for you when your exams are, in essence. But yes, my love. So yeah, you're just going to be managing your spirit of pessimism, because that spirit of pessimism is also going to affect and impact your pocket. Okay. Yeah. How do we see the money situation sort of playing out? in essence. Okay. Show me. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So as far as that's nice. Sorry. As far as the money situation, you're definitely going to be going through an inevitable recovery. Like you are going to find yourself basically sort of finding the right balance, like all the time, finding the right balance between the work commitments and stuff. But it seems that there is going to be a financial recovery with the situation that is going to make you feel almost like you saved yourself. I don't know how to put it, how else to put it to you. It's kind of like, you know, yeah, it feels like you save yourself. Like, I want to say it's almost like 7 months from now when you're really sort of like seeing the benefits of this and you're reaping the benefits of the hard work that you're sort of like putting in consistently. It's almost like you're looking back and sort of like seeing, you know, how quick things have transitioned for you in space of that time and how your hard work has basically sort of like paid off in a lot of different ways in terms of the elevation that you have by then. And just some of the plans that you'll be making by then, plans that you thought were a little bit further off your timeline trajectory, which become more probable basically. Within the next 7 months. But you're still building. I want to make that very clear. You're still building. You're still kind of like discovering a little bit about how to be able to navigate the space and make the most of it economically as well. But yeah, it's a good little situation. It's a good little space for you. Definitely overwhelmed. Look at the ways that you can be a little bit guarded, and that's going to help you to be able to generate more cash flow because the universe wants to bring more money in, but these are the places that you're still a little bit resistant. You have to obviously gauge, so pray for the spirit of discernment in those situations as well, so that you can identify where your windows of opportunities are so that you don't block your blessings. Okay. Yeah. 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 Well, the anxiety thing, that gets, it subsides. It's not as like heightened after the next 5 months or so. You kind of like feel a little bit more like you're in your element. And don't get me wrong, there's still things, one or two things that may come up and kind of like have you feeling like, oh, what am I doing here? What am I doing there? And question certain things. But because you're focused on the long-term goal, you'll kind of be able to figure your way out of these situations. You know, it's pretty much some of your other burdens basically that are come up that are going to come up as a challenge to that particular situation, the workspace. But you'll be able to navigate and overcome. I think 7 months from now is a completely different situation for you. So it's a good space. You're good. What's the advice then for our girl in navigating through all of this awesomeness over the next few months? Oh, thank you. It's up to you. That's the advice. It's up to you. Look for the signs coming in, take the right actions, wait when necessary. You know, certain things, it's not about like having that moment, that yes moment there and then. It's about sort of like, you know, being patient enough for things to align in your favor. Yes, don't want to shut down. Yes, I know it's steps I have to do to really stay with the job. Yeah. And things are actually going to sort of like be in a much better place for you in the next sort of like 7 months. So it's not a long place. And in all honesty, the challenges aren't like major. It's things that you're already working on, which is nice. It's more like you're going to be tested on the work that you've been doing on yourself in these places so far, basically. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you. The advice is it's up to you. Okay. Look for the right signs. Okay, my love. I hope that that was useful for you, though. Because it was a general as well, we can sort of like, get the basics into flow. But I do hope that that was useful for you, though, because we've got a good timeline. That's all good. We've got a good timeline. We've got some things that you're going to be working at. Now you know what some of the tests are. You can start revising for those tests, and you be good, girl. Because I think that's what gets me. Revision. All of a sudden, it feels like a pop quiz, and I'm like, oh, snap. I know I should have been doing something, but I forgot. Right, Kay. I think we are on to you now, and then we're on to Sammy, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, then we're on to Sammy, and then after Sammy, who have we got next? Did I not star another one? Sorry. Let me go get back a list. Yes, and be calm. No going off on people. That is all good, beautiful, because trust me, the coins are just on the other side of that test. Don't let the devil drag you out of character and have you block your own blessings, okay? Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to find the list so that I can give like, okay, here we are. Let me just pop that on. So we have Kay, then we have Sammy, then we're going to go back to Claudia, then Crow's Nest, Ash, Lalima, Valina, Sun, and M for Mina. Right? So that's where we are, guys. Okay, beautiful. There was another question that you considered. Why was it a question of if it's okay to ask out loud? Was curious as to why growing up people didn't heritage in major detail, didn't know. Is that what you meant? Didn't know my heritage in major detail. That's what led me to research. I heard indirect references and got curious. Plus, people noticed different things about me. That part. Oh, good to know that you're still here, Sammy. You're going to be after Kay. I think Kay's paid for like 3 questions. So we're going to be here for a little bit, but we're going to unpack it. We're moving fairly decently, actually, through the list, considering, because you know what we're like usually. So this is decent. 2 hours in. We've had a few readings done so far, right? I think. Yeah, about 4 or 5 readings done so far. So we're not doing too bad, and all the lists are closed now, anyways. But yes, we're going to dive into Kay's question. I'd like more insight on the men around me that are observing me. I went on a date and someone else messaged me on another phone. It seems others speak and observe more when I'm out, also. Yeah, hell yeah. Because they can sort of like sniff out the pheromones. This one's powerful. I spoke to an ancestor and he told me not to forget him, and someone alive told me not to forget about fam either. Yeah, because there's how can I put it? There's a bit of a crossover situation that's kind of happening in spirit at the minute, where, how can I put it? With the software updates, basically, um, if we're not in reminder of some of our loved ones who've transitioned, like they literally get wiped out of the conscious hard drive and they then fall back into the unconscious hard drive instead. So it's pretty sad, really. But yeah, this is why I'm already like writing letters to up to 7 generations before me. I do prayers to connect to up to 7 generations after me. Listen, I'm connecting to everybody. I'm like, y'all, we need to get to know each other. Because as time goes on, like as well in spirit, the more memory, the more other people basically remember you, the more it basically strengthens you in spirit as well. It strengthens your connection to the physical reality. It strengthens your ability to communicate in the spiritual reality. It strengthens your ability to be able to impact and touch and move within the spirit, the physical reality. So yeah, it's like a big part of the process as well. But yeah, the updates are crazy at the minute. Lots of ancestors are being forgotten. So I guess they're just putting it out there like, hey, don't forget me. Oh, in the unconscious, trust me, there's lots of times I've heard old ancestors put that out there, and then I have to go and like update to their story, like get the upload of their story, so that I can grasp a little bit more of who I am. And it's important for you as well in understanding the patterns and sequences that makes you who you are, because they are your blueprint. It's not necessarily like you're today, but they're the blueprint of what was prior to you. But yeah, um, let's go and dive into that one. Sorry, it's bugging me. Can't get it. Right. So, insights on the men that are observing our girl King. What insight can you give us, guys? Let us know. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so sorry. Uh, I'm laughing, right? Because they are literally, they're so raw with it. One of the things that they're showing me, right, is that the men who are there observing you, particularly some men who have a tendency to basically like utilize their situations with women as like distraction sort of like mechanisms for other things that they've got going on that they either do or don't want to deal with in life. um it's almost like, why I laughed is because they were like, you're quite perceptive to those types of things, and the men around you are aware that they can't bring those types of tendencies or qualities, because you can see through the BS like that. um it's interesting because for the most part, when they look at you per se, one of the things that they sort of see is, how can I put it? Um, mm, sorry, I'm trying to sort of like put it into perspective. One of the things that they see when they personally sort of like look at you is the fact that you are somebody that openly sort of like is expressive about what you bring to the table, what, you know, where you are with certain things. You're transparent in essence. And I think when they sort of like come across those types of dynamics, it's almost like they themselves are trying to figure out how to navigate it. Because for the most part, as much as they think that they're transparent, then they meet you and then they realize that they're not as transparent as they thought that they would be. And then they are almost forced to go deeper to be able to get some more clarity in order to keep up the level of transparency and momentum. Does that make sense? Um, so it's almost like they're pretty much just trying to really play their cards right, and basically just kind of present themselves a certain type of way for the most part. I mean, if like, how can I put it? If they do have certain tendencies or certain qualities, it's not necessarily something that they're sort of like bringing out within the first couple of months. Um, I do see that they, for instance, see that you're not with the BS when it comes to like the chaos and stuff. And that's one of the qualities that they can appreciate. But it is also intimidating at the same time because it's a standard that they don't necessarily know whether they can maintain just yet themselves. And I think that that in essence can be quite daunting. And I think that that is potentially why I guess sometimes in conversations one might seem a little bit mute, but it's because I guess they're processing the best way to be able to kind of um, come back or communicate something to you. Basically, they wouldn't necessarily want to say the wrong thing. Not gonna lie, a lot of the interactions that you're having at the minute is it's the mask, it's the representative. Um, yeah, give it a couple of months. And it's not to say anything bad or negative. I think that there's definitely opportunity there. I think that there is different type of dynamics because I think you'll find that you have like friendship dynamic or friendship connection with certain people more so than others. But I do see something there for you as far as like one solid relationship that has a very promising um, sort of start as far as a foundation. But at the minute, it's really a case of matching the same level of enthusiasm, right? Um, the guy on the date already talking about similar things that interest me. Exactly. This is what I'm saying, matching the same level of enthusiasm. Um, Whereas I think, yeah, with how many people are there around at the minute? Help me understand that because I'm seeing a good fair few bodies. Maybe like 3 to 4, possibly 5. So how many people are there sort of like trying to get to know you in terms of interest? Friendship or otherwise, new guys that sort of like come into this space? Okay. I'm seeing the others observe. Okay, 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 okay. That's why it's like 3, 4, 5. Okay, because there's 2, but then 3, 4, 5 are the observers. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. And that's why the observers are the ones that are basically wearing the masks. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, I see that. I see that. Well, let's have a look. Someone messaged me from another number. Okay. He's like, wrong number. Okay, that's weird. Talk to me about the two guys in specific. Let me make some room. Okay, talk to me about the two guys in particular, guys. Just saw him in my mind's eye. So funny. Guy with the beard. I was just gonna say, what is it with the beards these days? Because I literally just saw a guy with a beard. Okay, two guys. Thank you, Mina. Okay, so situation with the two guys. We have a major arcana, so there's a big transit that's taking place, and it's navigating. It's happening through a tower moment, so it's going to be a sudden shift in change. Okay, from the Page of Swords energy into the King of Wands energy in reverse. So we're dealing with undelivered promises. Okay, and coming into a place of pretty much high expectations. Interesting. Okay. So when it comes to this is so interesting. Sorry. Okay, I see. We end up with a bit of a horn dog. Okay. Sorry. We've got the Knight of Wands here, and his favorite spirit to possess is the spirit of lust. I'm just saying. But no. So they're showing me when it comes to the two situations, eventually there's going to be like a sudden, when you make the decision between the two, it's going to be a very sudden sort of like decision. It's going to come from a situation where it becomes very clear and apparent to you in this two dynamic, because it seems like indecision at the minute, but it's not really. I think it's kind of really wanting to make the guy on the date talking about hanging out far. The guy on the date talking about hanging out far. What does that mean? Sorry, I don't know if I'm computing. I don't know if I'm computing. Maybe rejig the sentence a little bit. I don't know how my dyslexia received that. But I'm seeing that there is one that is triumphant because the other one, okay, out of the area. Thought so, but I wasn't too sure. Um, mm, the guy on the day talking about hanging out. Okay, okay. What about the other guy? Sorry, because I see that the decision's made very suddenly between the two. And it's not necessarily something, even though it's something that would have been pondered on previously. It's like when you make the decision, you kind of like make the decision. Um, yeah, I'm sure you're typing about the other one. But yeah, the person who is basically a bit more of the Knight of One's energy. Okay. Um, they're the person that's basically going to lose out. I sense the person messaging like it's a wrong number is familiar. More than likely, to some degree. Would that be the next question? Is that what you're trying, or is that phasing into this question? So I can sort of like understand the dynamics in essence. Are you trying to what's it called? Are you trying to see the dynamics of that person in the mix of these two people? Do you think any of these two people essentially have anything to do with that person? Would probably be my question in essence. But yes, the one, I think actually the one who is, what are their ages? Whoever in the mix right now, I'm observing. What are the ages of the two? Because I think they're saying to me that the one who is just a little bit older, um, may be the winner, I guess. That's how I can put it. Yeah. And the one who's a little bit older may be the winner when it comes to the situation with you. Because I think it comes down to just the way, in terms of the way that they present, how they sort of like present themselves and stuff. Um, yeah. When? Sorry. Okay. And I hear that. Do we have a timeline on that? Do we have a timeline on it? As quickly as you can. Thank you. Okay. 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 Weeks? Okay. Sorry, I'm like trying to get some clarity in terms of a timeline when you almost kind of like, I guess, be encouraged, because I don't want to use the word force, to sort of like make the decision, because then it makes it a little bit easier. But they're not giving me a direct timeline. I know that it's not within the next few weeks. It's not, it's probably likely within the next couple of weeks between these two. There might be a little bit of a, I want to say, a standoff where the universe is basically going to be sort of like showing you which is the best option for you in essence, right? Um, with the number situation, familiar guys? Yeah. Yeah, it's somebody from the past, essentially. It's somebody from the past as far as the um, messaging situation. It's somebody from the past that's kind of like testing the waters, basically checking the temperature. Start getting your other question together for me as well, whilst I unpack in terms of like what to do about the situation. Like, what's the guidance for Kay in navigating the space? What is the guidance for our girl Kay navigating the space, guys, as clearly as you can? Thank you. Okay. Okay. So I guess the situation is kind of like happening or unfolding, unraveling within the next couple of weeks in terms of like the decision. The decision's almost basically going to make itself between these two gentlemen within the next couple of weeks, because it's going to be a quick turnaround. It's probably going to more than likely be before or just after the next moon transit that we've got coming, probably within the next week or so, actually, if I'm not mistaken, because I think the Scorpio new moon was this Monday just gone. So probably got like another week or so before the other moon in essence. But yes, that is precisely it. But I hope that that was useful for you, because it's going to unravel itself. Yeah, one person's kind of like a little bit, they have a tendency to talk but don't necessarily execute on some of the things that they say, and that eventually takes its toll. So yeah, it's one of those things that y'all will figure out when the time comes, I guess. Start putting your second question out there as well. Good, good, good. I'm glad that it was useful for you because I think um, the tower moment is going to happen like very much when you least expect it. It's going to be one of those moments where it was like, oh snap, I wouldn't have anticipated that it was going to show up like that. But yes, I think it's the guy we discussed before. Okay, why did you say that? Sorry. It's a typing thing. Obviously, we're kind of like having to slow down the process because there's a whole talking thing that goes on. But yeah, just so you guys are aware, we've got Sammy, Claudia, Crow's Nest, Ash 13, Lalima, Valina, Sun, and Mina. Okay, and we're good to go. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad that the intuitive hits are sort of hitting. I called his office about something and then a message appears. Good to know that you're here, Sammy. Don't worry, we're coming to you next, my love. I think Kay has 2 more questions as well. So we're going to unpack those as well. So you can throw your second question out there as well, my love, and we'll unpack that. I called his office about something and a message appears. Second time it happened. Ah, okay. Universal communication, always interesting. Trying to interpret what means what as well. Very, very puzzling, but always fun. Always fun for the most part. Sorry. Somebody gave Ari their space as well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah. I'm not too sure. I think it was Renee. Renee gave Ari their space on the list. I don't know if Ari's still here. It was just something that just came back to me. So I don't know if her guides are sort of like giving me a forewarning. But yeah. Oh, Valina, I'm glad to know that you're still here, my love. Sorry it's taking a minute, but we're going to get through it. Don't worry, we're moving through the list fairly quick in comparison. This is actually like a quick night. But Kay is going to give us our next question, and then we're going to sort of get back into the groove of the free list. I don't think Lalima's in here anymore as well. Yeah, I don't think Lalima's in here. It's been a little while. But they'll probably pop back because they said they're at the airport or they're flying or something. So that's always going to be tricky, isn't it? Especially in our space, guys. Right. And Claudia as well. If you're still here, Mama, I know obviously we're trying to sort of like, get ahead with the queue, but this is actually the best way forward for it, I guess. Okay. I recently have been noticing things around me I'm not used to that I had an experience recently. How do I reconnect to my spiritual path after this confusing situation? Oh my God, I know what you mean. It's been testing season. It's been testing season. Okay, I'm gonna put some cards on it just so that I can get some like full on clarity on the best way for you to sort of like approach this, because I know what you mean. Okay, guys. Our girl K wants to know, since the recent experience, she wants to know about reconnecting to the spiritual path. Yeah. I said because I was relaxed and then poof, that part. Right? That part. Okay. What's the advice? Thank you. That was quick. Okay, that was quick, guys. Okay. 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 A couple of things that they are saying with the situation, because right now you're basically dealing with like a spiritual block, in essence, and it's somewhat having a subverse effect on creative blockages for you as well. But what they're saying with the situation is the best thing that you can potentially do for yourself in this moment is to kind of, I guess, bend on some of your beliefs. You're going through a little bit of an integration process at the minute in terms of certain belief systems that may be updating in terms of the software. And what they're showing me is that it's almost like you are wanting to control or delete on certain aspects of some things, whereas you don't need to be sort of like throwing it out entirely. It's a case of modifying it. Yeah, it's a case of modifying it. And if you modify it, then it gives you room to be able to grow more, based on what you currently have, as opposed to just throwing out what you have, because it seems it doesn't necessarily apply. It does, it's just that the construct of it is different. And I guess it's a case of you identifying how the construct of it looks for you now and why it appears to be that way. The thing that they're saying that you can potentially do as well is to, you know, as you kind of continue to navigate through the process of like continuing to be more and more open and receive more and more insights, one of the things that you can also do is allow for yourself to basically ask the right questions as well, in the right moments, because what they're showing me is that sometimes it may sort of, the spirit of ignorance, basically, is the best way that I can put it, may be the thing that you want to adjust your relationship with at the minute as you're sort of like growing. The confusion was basically being caused by a bit of a firewall. You basically got to a firewall in your neurology and you are superseding that firewall. And I think that's what caused the confusion, because the firewall was basically being unhinged because it no longer was applicable there. It's basically like these limitations, basically, that we sort of like create. So you're moving that limitation to a further, like you're moving it like 10 feet back, basically, to give you more room to be able to grow. So yeah, I think the confusion that you sort of like navigated through, and you're still sort of like going through your integration process. I think that that's what you need to sort of like take into consideration. The integration is happening as we speak, in terms of you being able to identify what bits of information you want to take in, even from the thing that caused you confusion, because the thing that caused you confusion, the thing about it is that there's some level of truth to it. You just have to find what truth applies to you and where you are on your journey. Do you see what I'm saying? Um, and then with that, from there, you can actually start to move through some of these creative blockers, because the blockers are sort of like happening essentially because the software isn't formatting, they aren't aligning with each other. The pieces of the puzzle isn't like, coming together as it needs to. It's kind of like it's restrictive, it's not coming together in order to make things kind of continue to move. So I'd say release the spirit of ignorance in places. So anywhere that your human may feel comfortable in its knowing at the minute, continue to encourage your human to be willing to grow in all of these places that your spirit clearly wants to be able to continue to expand. Another thing that I would say to you as well, definitely, I would say when was the last time you did a spiritual bath? Did you do a spiritual bath after that encounter with the spirit of confusion? Sorry, that question was for Kay. I'm just waiting for the answer. So that I can continue to advise. If you have, great. If you haven't, I definitely sort of recommend doing that, just to sort of like take that energy out of your energy field, especially because you're now sort of like moving forward with the integration process. Good, because it was a good time for it. So seeing as you've already sort of like gone through the spiritual bath, in essence, that means that your aura is actually cleansed of it, right? So you're good to go. I think it's more a case of you now kind of like stepping forward. I think you kind of have to definitely sort of pray about like having the right balance with the spirit of ignorance, but also utilizing the spirit of discernment. Yeah. Bees from neighbor's house came into my house, girl. It's funny that you were saying that, because I was literally talking about some magical bees that just appeared in my house out of nowhere the other day. Not in this house, but a previous house that ended up having like a fire. But that will happen in initiations. You'll find that in your initiation. I'm not gonna lie. Like magical little spooky stuff like that will sort of like take place. And I have to say magical because it's more of a, how can I put it? There's something about the movement of it all, basically, which is why I call it magical. Yeah. You saw a fly. You saw a fly as well in the midst of all of that. Hey, Ali. Yeah, so with the situation, with the bees and like, I guess the animal kingdom sort of speaking up in essence to deliver your signs. I definitely say like you're already growing through your initiation process. Do you see what I'm saying? And some of these things are definitely a part of the process, to just kind of like verify to you that you're going deeper into like other levels, because you get initiated basically into different levels of this whole process. I felt a confusing energy trying to confuse me with strange communication. Yeah, yeah. When you say strange communication, what, because sometimes basically some people don't know how to deal with it. If they're not very good at their own communication with themselves in their mind, the telepathic communication doesn't necessarily come through too well. And then also, because I had a situation where like I was getting a download from a human and I was like, I can feel somebody trying to communicate with me, but they're not very good at communicating on the telepath cell, but they're communicating. So there may be some different variables to the situation. However, if you were specifically dealing with an entity of confusion, which is an agent of chaos, that may be different. So was it a positive feeling when this confusion happened, or was it a bit of a negative energy consuming feeling when the confusion was occurring? Because the two will be two different energy signatures, basically. It was referring to the neighbor talking about me. Okay. So, what was the neighbor sort of like talking? And then the spirit was basically coming to tell you that the neighbor was talking about you, pretty much, right? And giving you some insight into what was going on, saying, I need to step it up. Step what up? What do you need to step up? What was the neighbor saying that you need to step up? Sorry, I'm like curious as well. That's interesting. Sorry, while you type, I'll just continue to eat my cookie. Okay. Neighbor used to live in my house. He moved nearby, basically saying rude stuff. Okay. 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 But communicated how when I was younger, I overcame things. The neighbor said that, or the spirit was communicating that to you in the process? Because this is a realty. People think they're getting away with ish, but spirits are out here telling all the tea. Um, Talking about my family. Okay, so that's probably the neighbor. Girl, I'm dealing with some of these same demons myself. Basically talking in circles to me. Oh, okay. Okay, so they're probably preparing you for the battle with this little demon that's basically flaring up through your neighbor. This is why I got my little racist neighbor over here, Martin. Um, they're probably preparing you for the battle because he's going through an inner turmoil, basically battling with you in his space, and they're kind of like giving you a forewarning. So he's basically sending shots, pow, 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 your way. Um, but yeah, I had it removed by someone. Yeah. Oh, listen, it tends to be a case of talking in circles in essence. Sometimes when they come with communication, they loop on the communication. That's why I was asking. He moved out in 2020. Okay. 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 And energy came out of nowhere with this nonsense. Yeah, well, not necessarily nonsense. It's more the energy that he's kind of like projecting that for all intents and purpose, could potentially have been an agent he sent himself, not necessarily realizing, because people don't necessarily realize that they actually like put spirits on assignments. Um, yeah, there are different forces that are used. I cleansed my attic where he stayed. Okay. Okay, good for you. Oh, Manor. The free list is closed and the donation list is closed, I'm afraid, my love. We're actually just sort of trying to work our way through the rest of the list. But yeah, we're just trying to sort of navigate our way through. About how many people have we got? 2, 4, 6, about 8 people on the list. And we're like almost 3 hours in. So yeah. Um, Not a lot of circulation, perhaps. Mm, yeah. Okay, so what's the tea? Are you sort of like shooketh, kind of like navigating back onto the quest because of that experience, basically? Because obviously being open, this is definitely a part of the challenge, being open. Spirits will come and sort of like talk to you because you're a beacon in spirit, right? They see that there's an open portal for them to be able to communicate, and it won't take much. So they do naturally get drawn to you. Is that the main thing now where you're kind of like, um, I guess a little bit, I've been relaxing last few months, just living. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I need to realign spiritually. What does realigning spiritually look like to you then? How would you know that you've achieved said goal? Okay, there you go. That was my question. How would you know that you've achieved said goal? So get yourself back on track with those goals. Firstly, give yourself a deadline to start to pretty much get back into, because I hear you on that. I myself, I'm not necessarily where I need to be in terms of certain routines because life is lifing. But it's an adaptive thing. So readjust your goals based on where you are now and what you're navigating through for your now situations and now circumstances. Um, that will help you to slowly sort of like realign yourself, and the integration, not at all beautiful. Trust me. Listen, perfect timing for everything. You're never behind on anything, and you're never really sort of like ahead on anything. You're exactly where you need to be. So right where you are right now is exactly where you need to be to start taking those next steps. Because what's going to happen is that as you get back on, you learn how to do it. For other times ahead where things might be a little bit, you know, my ancestors told me I could have come to them. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Whenever I find myself sort of like navigating through most things, because they're genuinely my friends, um, that is sort of like my go-to, because that's their job. Like they're very good. Like the angels are basically there to help us execute goals and stuff. But yeah, when you do find yourself navigating through situations like these, it is a case of sort of like utilizing your spiritual team, because that's what they're there for. So when you fall short in the realm of spirit, they'll be able to sort of like shit pick you up like one of the troops and grab you on their back and, you know, like run with you for a little bit for as far as they can take you and stuff. But yeah, for the most part, like as you sort of like move forward, you're going to get back to a place. One of your superpowers in being able to do what it is that you do is compassion. If you can lean into that place of compassion, it will allow for you to sort of realign. Firstly, let me just put that out there. Compassion is basically the emotion that is going to give you an opportunity to firstly refocus and realign, because that's what allows for one to be of service. And the need to be in service is what creates a purpose for us, right? Um, so, yeah, compassion, compassion, compassion. That's the emotion that you need to be able to access to help you fall back into alignment, and start with compassion for self. You know, compassion for the things that you had basically been navigating through that had deterred you from the path, so that you can basically pour all that compassion into yourself to reactivate you along your spiritual quest. And then you'll be able to start drawing more people in that also wants to be healed by whatever you can be compassionate enough for them to be able to heal from. Okay, that part beautiful. What do we have for question number 3? Because we're going to go and dive into some of the other folks' stuff. I didn't even take question number 1 off. My bad. That was question number 2. I just had to put it on there just in case, man. But Kay's got her final question, and then we're gonna go on to Sammy. Claudia, are you still here? Crow's Nest, are you here? Who do we have in the chat? Just put a hey. Hey, yeah. Oh gosh, guys. All good, beautiful. All good, thank you. Do you have your final question? She says while she goes and eats her Skittles. That was my sign to recognize energies or recognizing me. That part. That part, my love. I need to be aware 100%. Even when you fall off with the spiritual stuff, the one thing you need to do all the time is pray constantly. Why? Because you've already been a gangster in spirit. So these little demons are just waiting for a moment where you're basically unarmed. So keep prayed up, regardless if you fall off track with your goals. Stay prayed up, because that's just your extra protection. Oh, Mina. I saw leaves swirling. Where was that? That might be a portal. Yes, Sammy. Do you want to start putting your question out there, my love? Oh, definitely a portal. Definitely a portal. That's interesting as well. He's making me lose my sweet. That's what, Sammy. Sorry. I'm thinking about the portal. More insight on financial and business. Okay. Show me. Fargo, okay. We want to have a look at the business and finances. Things are a little bit blocked there as well. Yeah. Oh, snap. I literally said that. You are blocked, my love. You are blocked. It's not just that you feel blocked. You are blocked. Your motivation's a bit off, which is affecting your determination. These two components, you need to kind of get them optimized. I saw a plastic bag moving in the air and leaf swirling. Yeah, definitely portal. The energy must be thick there as far as like the gravitational field. That's why. That's interesting. But no, so one of the things at the minute that is basically keeping the blockages the way that they are, as far as like business and career stuff, is the impulsiveness. You kind of need to sort of like ground that a little bit, right? Manage the tendency to be a little bit impetuous and impulsive in your decision-making process. And that's actually going to sort of like assist with the career move situation. It's because you're a quick thinker, but you need to be able to also manage that ability of yours. because you're also tuned into the other realms as well. So you're very perceptive, and it's a case of balancing that so you're not completely bogged down. Sorry, I need to bring the other question on the thing. Don't worry, Sammy, I've solved your question already. I'm going to come to it next. Claudia, I don't know if she's still here as well. But yeah. I saw numbers changing on my screen 404. No one was clicking likes. It was just changing. Oh, trust me. There's something going on at the minute where the gremlins are also like tapped into the technology portals at the minute as well. So that's definitely a whole thing. Don't worry, like angels are also utilizing technology to communicate as well. Like, let's be very clear on that, because it's not just the demons and the gremlins and all these types of things. But it is really like a thing at the minute, basically, where technology is being utilized as a main source of communication. But yes, the dynamic of what you're sort of like navigating through, a couple of things, like I said, work on the tendency to be impulsive and impetuous, because it is because of your perceptive nature, that you want to move as quickly as you move, but you've got to exercise patience and keep yourself grounded in those situations so that you can actually start to develop momentum again, to get a little bit more motivation and determination, so that you can actually start to sort of move things back into the right direction when it comes to the career moves. Do we have a timeline and a turnaround for our girl Kay with everything? As far as a career situation, she's going to be working on these things. So what do you guys see? Do we have a timeline? No, but we've got opportunities, right? When the opportunity comes. So when do you see that happening? When she takes action, okay? When do you see her likely to take action? With the right network of people, there has to be compromises. And when do you see that all aligning? As clearly as you can, guys. You don't want to give me... Please, come on, guys. Can we get a timeline? Don't be so stingy. Share. Thank you. Do we have a timeline? Sorry, we have got no timeline, because they're not sort of like putting anything across, because they're sort of like saying that it's actually more or less up to you. And at the minute, you're sort of like focused on romance class, in essence. And that's kind of like where your direction has been, I guess your focus has been directed. But yeah, I guess it's just a case of like finding the right balance. Beautiful. They can't give me a timeline, because ultimately it's up to you on this one. It's about how quickly you sort of, I guess, create the turnaround time with the situation. When is it most probable though, guys? Knowing over okay. Where do you guys see it most probable? Forget you guys. Y'all are acting up. Okay. Yeah. They're not giving me a timeline. That's because they can't give me one. When they tend to be that resistant to it, it's because they can't give me one. That means there's a lot of variables that is basically in your control of mastery. So yeah. I heard that that was useful for you. They're beautiful. I do see that things are going to turn around for you. I think it's just more a case of you being able to kind of get back into that place where you're like enthusiastic about the road ahead, in essence, you know. But no, definitely the stay prayed up. I think that's probably the one thing that, if I haven't said that a million times already, I definitely say stay prayed up, because the season that we're in right now, I even pray for my angels, okay? Because they need some extra prayer themselves, because I'm putting them on assignment to do a lot of work. So yeah. Good. Definitely good. it helps to be able to sort of keep yourself in some, layer of protection. It's very, very important. I'm going to start listening to books again. Yeah. Yeah, girl, trust me. Trust me. I'm literally like, who am I? Like, life is so busy lifing the hell out of me. I don't even recall all the stuff that I was supposed to be like in by this like point of the journey. But hey, we move nonetheless. Don't like be too hard on yourself about it. It kind of is what it is. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you. They're beautiful. We're like 3 hours in, so I'm gonna go into Sammy's stuff now and unpack that and get back to the free list. Um, right. So I don't know if Claudia is still here. I know it was a while ago that Claudia was here. I'm not sure if she is still here. Uh, but yeah. I do a little call for Claudia and stuff. Thank you, Kay. All good. Thank you for your questions. All good, my love. I'm glad that we were able to provide you with some insights. Right, Sammy. So, want to know why my ex all of a sudden liking my pics? What's he up to? Okay, firstly, let's see. Why is the ex liking the pics? What is going on with the likes? The trigger finger. Triggering all these likes. What's going on, guys? Thank you. Oh, interesting. Lack of closure, is it? Lack of closure? Really? Really? Sorry, I'm just checking to see if there was any more cards beneath it. Oh, Winter King. Okay, so you've got two major arcanas here. We've got the star card at the bottom of the deck. So I guess he's kind of like learning how to bring things into balance and he's hoping for a renewal, basically. And I guess he's liking your photos because there's a lack of closure. And I think at the minute, it seems like he's overwhelmed. Now he's kind of like having some feelings, basically, that is stirred. I mean, shaken and stirred in his instance. Um, so that's why he's liking your pics. Now, tell me, guys, what's he actually up to by doing this? What's he up to by liking the pics? What's that about? What's he up to by liking the pics, guys? Okay, scattered energy, being very hasty, not necessarily thinking things through. Okay. Oh, he's hoping that you have not moved on as well. He's hoping that you have not moved on as well. Beautiful. He's hoping that you've got a lack of closure as well. And he's hoping that it's a situation where he can. Exactly, girl. Exactly, Ash. He definitely wants her back. He's hoping that she's basically in that space where she is open to, I guess, reevaluating the situation. It's so funny because, like, in the one deck, because I'm using two tarots, right? In the one deck, when I was like looking at his why he's liking the pics, it was like lack of closure. And the what's he up to is basically, again, we still have the world cards at the bottom of the deck as far as the undertone, because it's a hidden, like, he doesn't want to come straight out and say it because he don't want to look stupid, obviously. But the truth of the matter is, what's he up to? He is up to trying to find out if you feel the way that he feels, basically. Oh, snap. Ash said, Sammy, you know what to do. What do you do, girl? Ash said, you know what to do, sis. What do you do? But yeah, that's pretty much it, beautiful. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. What do you guys advise Sammy to do with this situation? this Mr. I have unresolved issues. Definitely a homeless, beautiful. Oh god, the guy said no. No waiting. It's a no. That's what they said. The guide said in terms of the advice on this is no waiting. I haven't been sat here waiting for you. It was a no. It was a no when I said no, and it's still a no, basically. I'm not lying. Look. That's the advice on that one. So that was pretty quick and easy. We did that. We wrapped that one up in like 5 minutes, Sammy. Thank you for that. I hope that it was useful for you. Oh, Sam. Oh, dude, that was too funny. We wrapped that one up real quick. They were like, yeah, it's a no. It was a no when you said no, and it's still a no. He's still the same. He's literally just trying to come back into the space, like based on him. None of it is about you and like what he can do for you and how he can help better any of your things that you've got going. It's all about him. He's literally just got to a place where he's bored at the minute with his life and he feels basically like it's not going anywhere and he wants to find some sort of worth in his life again. So, yeah, that part. I hope that that was useful for you though. Claudia, my love, I don't even know if you're still here in the chat. It has been a minute, beautiful. God, how long ago was it? Like 3 hours ago, maybe 2 hours ago? Are you here, Claudia? What is up? Sammy said, "Good luck." Who do we have in the chat? Let's talk about that. Can you guys like give me a hey in the chat? Because next we have Crow's Nest, we've got Ash13, we've got Lalima, and we've got Valina, and Sun, and then Mina. So who have we got actually here in the chat? I know we've got Ash. Let's see, we've got Ash. I know Mina's here because obviously she's moderating. And who else do we have? Because this is the list. This is where we are with the list, guys. So who do we have in the room that's going to be able to go next? Are we going straight to Ash next? Because Claudia and Crow's Nest isn't here. Yeah, I think we are going to Ash straight away by the looks of it. Okay. That part. I love that little message, Rena, 100%. Because I know it's a lot to sort of like sit and wait the whole process. Other than Ash, who else do we have in the room? We've got Ash and Mina, because your girl's going to go and take a little break and come back as well quickly. It's 3 hours. I usually have my little loo break around about 3 hours at least. And I literally went to the loo before I started as well, just so that I could have the 3 hours nice and solid. Okay, so I guess we only have Ash. Okay. Ash and Mina. I guess it's you guys for now. If anybody else sort of like pops back in. Okay. Valina will be here. Okay. So, Crow's Nest we don't know about. Oh, that's cool. That's okay. We don't know about Crow's Nest. We do have Ash 13. Oh, look at you bringing the family to the family. We love that. Yay. Okay. You can throw your question out there, Ash. I'm going to go and take a quick break and come back. And we'll go with Ash. Hopefully, Valina is back by the time we finish up with Ash. And if not, we'll go on to Mina and then come back to Valina. Haven't seen Sun since we started the reading. Haven't seen Crow's Nest since we started the reading either. And Claudia, I haven't seen in a while. So I'm not too sure that we're going to be able to sort of like get anything going for them. Yeah. Hey, Yasmin. The free list and the donation list is closed. Maybe stick around and see if you can get somebody else's slot, because we might have a couple of people that aren't necessarily present for their reading, but we're giving some grace to give them some time to get back into the room. But I'm about to have a quick little break as well. I don't really have any, adverts or anything to run in the meantime. Y'all will literally just be staring at the back of my wall. But I hope you enjoy. Okay, I'm just gonna have a little quick break. I need to go to the loo, and I'll be back. Okay, that part. I am back just in time, Ash. Oh, Lalima, you're here. It is. It is. Let's see. Yeah, after Ash, it's your go. After Ash, it's your go. Yes, it is your go next. Good timing. Oh. Oh, good. Beautiful. That was my bad. I didn't copy the link and put it in the chat. I will send that in now. There you go. That's the call-in link. And let me go. Okay. This is Ash's question. Okay. Interesting. So Ash's question is why is Nadir, who's a Cancer, insistent on coming over to our house? Now, he is the friend of Sean, who's Mr. Leo. Okay, so we're going to go and dive into the tea. I did pop the link out there as well, beautiful. So let's unpack it, shall we? Okay, so we want to get some understanding of why Nadir is insistent on coming over. Talk to me about this. Why is he insistent on coming over? Thank you. Oh, it said the device is not connected. Oh, there we go. Device is connected. We're going to bring in our girl Ash now, guys. Oh, I just brought you in, Ash. Where are you? Oh, there we go. Hey, Ash. Can you hear me?
Hi.
There we go.
Yes,
Hey,
I can hear
beautiful.
you.
Good, good. Okay, so it's interesting because we've got quite a bit going on the cards with, I guess, Mr. Nadir's intentions to come over. We've got a couple of major arcanas. All the cards are in reverse, bar one. So his intentions basically to create chaos. Facts.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
sorry, go.
Before you continue, let me just give you a lowdown of who he is,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It was like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Sean, that's Ilio, I've been
Yeah.
dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
He he is like, I have a friend who wants to get some work done, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay. So he said, can I give him your number? I was like, all right, cool,
Yeah.
no problem. So
Mm-hmm.
as soon as this guy started to message Nadir, that
Mm-hmm.
is, he
Mm-hmm.
was insistent on coming over to my house, right? So I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't have a physical store. I normally work from home
Yeah.
and I communicate with my clients via WhatsApp or through the internet or whatever. We go back and
Yeah.
forth or whatever. He's
Yeah.
like, no, I don't want to do that. I rather come over to your house. And he's insistent. He said, I want to be there when you're making these things. I want to see how it's made. I want to know how the machine works and all these things. And mind you, the machine is in my room on a shelf. I don't
Yeah.
allow people to my
Yeah.
house. And I kept telling him that. I said, you know what, I don't think this is a good idea. I could give you the numbers to other people who do the same kind of work that I do, and they are more professional, so you could go there. But he's like so insistent on coming over. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to hear about other people. He wants to come over here. And I'm like, I up to last night into this morning, he was messaging me, and all
Yeah.
that I try to like blank him, he
Mm-hmm.
keeps insisting on coming over. I don't understand why. I don't know what what's the reason. I really don't. I don't know what's his intentions. I don't know.
Not
That's what
great,
I'm
I'll
trying to
tell you
figure out.
that. His intentions is not great. His intentions is pretty much to cause conflicts, I guess, in the space. It doesn't. Let me clarify. Why is this like? Because it seems as though like he's not necessarily. He's completely bypassing what it is that you're speaking on and what it is that you're putting across. He's being very emotionally immature about what it is that you're saying when you're sort of like putting certain things across. So I want to get a little bit of clarity. What's his intentions behind him wanting to actually go to the home? Cool. Thank you. Yeah, interesting. We got that at the bottom of that deck previously. Sorry. Let me unpack it so I can see what is going on. again, we have the Five of Swords in reverse. His intentions aren't any good. Does he know that you and Sean are together, like, you know,
No,
figuring
no,
things
Sean
out?
just told him that we were friends. Sean told him that we were friends. Sean
That's
didn't get
that's
any
why.
serious.
That's why. That's why. Because his intentions is to try to make a move. I think Sean needs to clarify exactly where you guys are, because I think then he might be able to get a little bit more, like, no offense to you, but he doesn't necessarily respect your words per se. Like, you can say no, but if anything, like, for him, that's a bit of a chase type situation. That's why I asked about the situation, if he knows about like what's going on with you and Sean, because he might be a little bit more respectful of the space otherwise. But it seems as though his intentions coming into the space is basically to kind of like, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it, yeah, he kind of wants to be able to, how can I put it? Yeah, he wants to be able to just try his luck, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it. He just wants to try his luck and see what he can do as far as turning the situation around in his favor. He doesn't necessarily need to be at your house. I wouldn't necessarily advise it. Sorry, let me see. What are
I
your
don't want
advice?
I
Sorry.
don't want him here, to be honest, because I'm not getting a good vibes from him though. I honestly not getting a good vibes. He seems like a creep to me. I have never met him before, but I don't trust him. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. What's happening within the next
And
few
I
months?
had to go as far as telling him that I had five different children. Five children for five different people. Just so he
Listen,
could leave me
bro.
alone. And I told him I was currently pregnant with the next with sixth one. And he's still like, so what? I would still want to come over. And I'm like, what no?
Oh,
I even
good.
told him I live in a little shack in the bush. And he's like, I don't care. I want to come over. I'm like, what no?
No, I think his intentions aren't necessarily about business per se. I mean, he probably would have come into the space. I don't even think that. I think that was just the in for him. How did he? Had he met you before?
No, no, no. I have never met this man. I don't know what he looks like in person.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about him. As I said, Sean said that I have a friend, he needs some work done, like stickers done, because he is a mechanic and he wants to
Mm-hmm.
like put his logo on the cars and stuff that he fixed so people could
Mm-hmm.
see. So I'm like, all right, cool. And as soon as he started talking, he just bypassed the whole work and just was insistent on, hi, beautiful, you're so gorgeous. And then,
Mm-hmm.
it just went from business to different things. And I'm like, but I
Yeah.
don't understand. And
Yeah.
he is insistent on coming over. He like, I want to come over. I want to come over. I want to be there. And even though I tried to like still
Mm-hmm.
bypass that and still came up with some logos and stuff like that,
Yeah.
um, and showed him it, he didn't care about it. He was just like, I don't, I instead of you sending these things to me, I'd rather be there with you so we could work together to make this. And I'm like, what now?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I got so tired. I was like, here what, right? I
Mm-hmm.
believe that there are other companies that do these things, and I gave him the number, I gave him the addresses and everything, and he's still like, no, I rather you do it. I want
Mm-hmm.
you to do it instead. I'm like, what now?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, he's like that. I'm like,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have intentions. He doesn't have good intentions for business. This is all just a play, I guess, that he's kind of doing at the minute. And because I guess he's not aware of anything going on between you and Sean, he sees it as fair game, and he's just kind of going to shoot his shot, and hope that he kind of gets through. I think that's the situation. But yeah, yeah, my love. it it's not going to go anywhere anyways. It's not something that's going to develop anyways. But you may need to have a conversation with Sean and let Sean know that his friend is
Actually,
making
I
him feel
did, I
uncomfortable.
did, I did show Shawnee screenshots of the
Yeah.
conversations
What did he
that he
say?
sent me, and Ocean was like, "Wow." He was like,
Yeah.
"Wow." I was like, "I didn't realize that you were secretly trying to hook me up with your friend." And he was like, "No, I was not. That wasn't my intention." He asked me,
Exactly.
he was looking for someone to do these stickers, and I told him I had a friend who does these stickers and stuff like that, and you're really
Yeah.
good at what you do. And I was like, "Okay," but
Yeah.
apparently he more concerned with, other things, and all
Yeah.
he was like, "Wow."
Yeah. Yeah. Sean might need to have a conversation to basically just put things into perspective for him, because I don't think he'd respect the space solely coming from you. I think for him it's all fair game basically. Because you have no ties pretty much. Um yeah. I want to say a lot of like rude and derogative things, but I'm gonna hold my tongue. Yep. Yep.
No, you could go ahead and say it because he's a creep. Trust me, he's
I'm
a
just gonna
creep.
I'm just gonna choose to
He's
hold my
very
tongue because
creepy.
he doesn't want anything business wise. He may have given that impression to Sean initially because he did want someone, but I think once he actually basically saw you, things kind of went into a different direction in his mind, and he's been kind of moving from that directive. Like, yeah, this situation will fizzle out anyways, but it is going to involve Sean. Basically, Sean's ultimately going to be the one to kind of like be assertive in this space on this situation. He's probably going to be the one to have to speak up because he's the one that allowed for the connection, basically. So he has to be the one to disconnect as well.
True.
And it may cause a little bit of contention in the space, to be fair. So I guess this is you guys' test to navigate. Um, yeah. What's the advice for Ash in navigating? Thank you. Perfect timing. Yeah, perfect timing. Perfect timing for what? Okay, within the next few weeks, it will kind of fizzle out. Okay, and that'll be the right compromise. Yeah, I think just let him know. I know you've already told him about, you're not necessarily wanting to have him come to your house and stuff. But just let him know you're not necessarily taking him on as a client, unfortunately. You don't necessarily feel comfortable with the process of him coming to your house. That's not how you work. And you're going to provide him with some contacts, but he's going to have to seek the service elsewhere, because that's if he's not
Exactly.
comfortable with the way that you work, that's perfectly fine. But he's going to have to go elsewhere to find somebody who wants him to come to their house to observe what they're doing, which has nothing to do with him. So yeah, just you're going to have to be firm with it, and he still will probably have some pushback and stuff like that, which is why I say that I think there might be a point at which Sean might basically have to get involved to kind of like allow for the disconnect to actually occur. um, so yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one, but it's only going to play out for the next like week or so, maybe 10 days. So it's not too long
Cool.
of a trajectory. Maybe 12, actually, 10 to 12 days, because I think disconnect might occur at the 10th day, and it kind of has a couple of days of like coming down from that before it's fully dissipated. Um, but yeah, that's the situation, my love. People are just creepy. I'm sorry, because he's just blocking his own blessing. He wanted to be able to get something done to move up to the next level, and he's just allowing for his little head to rule his big head. And here we are.
Yeah, he does have a big head though. That is true.
Girl, I'm telling you, it's just so crazy. He's clearly getting distracted, and nothing good is going to come from this. I'm telling you, it's actually going to cause contention between him and Sean's relationship. It's going to cause some friction, basically, just to be able to kind of like disconnect with the whole process. Yeah.
So,
But it won't be long.
oh,
It'll be
okay,
quick
cool.
in
So,
comparison, I guess. Mm-hmm.
side note, just a little
Mm-hmm.
update. Remember Angus, my friend?
Yes. Yeah.
He made back with his girlfriend, and he's gonna move to Texas soon, and they're gonna get married. So I just wanted to
Okay.
update you on that one.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for the update. I thought that that situation may sort of like unfold, I guess, um, along those ways, unfortunately. How are you feeling about it?
I was a little, I was a little, I was a little sad at first because I mean he at least he didn't spring it on me like his other friend when he got
Yeah.
married and told me like
Yeah.
a few days before. But he
Yeah.
said he didn't want to do that and like,
Yeah.
surprise me last minute. He said he wanted to tell me up front so I know what's going on. So I'm
Yeah.
like, okay. But it's like kind of like time constraint then because I mean he's leaving just now and I haven't seen him in a while. And
Yeah.
now he's telling me that he might not be able to like meet up and stuff before he leaves. So I'm like, ah,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm a little sad about that one. So I really do
Yeah.
want to see before he goes. So yeah,
Yeah.
but I am happy. I mean, once he's happy that he's. But the
Yeah.
thing is, he makes it sound like I'm getting married because she asked me to get married because of tax stuff that they have
Yeah.
to do, I guess. And I'm like,
Yeah.
but that's not a reason to get married, just saying. I mean, if you love each other, you get married, not because of tax.
No.
And he's like, no, because she knows she's spending the money for me to go back there and stuff. And I'm like, okay, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, I don't really
Yeah.
want to see anything because I mean, he's happy with it. So I'm like, all right, well, I just have to be supportive, right?
Yeah. And I think that's I wouldn't necessarily say he's happy with it. I think he's kind of like going along with it. Happy is a bit of a strong word.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say happy. He's going along with it because he understands, I guess, the benefits for him as well in it. And I guess that's kind of like the focus. And also that's the excuse to be able to kind of go along with the decision as well. I don't think either of them are actually ready for marriage or what marriage actually requires. So that's going to be a good 5 year class for them. Third year is going to be horrific. And beyond that, going into the fifth year is going to be, they'll barely be hanging on by then. So we'll see how it unfolds, actually.
Yeah, well, we
Because it's
shall
going to be a
see.
bit testing.
Shall see.
That part.
True.
Oh,
Well,
beautiful.
again, thank you very much for your
All
insight
good.
and your help. I
All
appreciate
good,
it,
my love.
of course.
Thank you for your question and coming in on live, as always, to just christen this space and bless us with your beautiful voice, my love.
Yes, yes. I mean, for those who are still here on the live, you all need to call in. I mean, it's fun, and then you get to talk faster than you text, you know.
That part. Exactly
Yeah,
that.
it's fun. It's fun. Yeah.
Exactly that,
So, a
beautiful.
good night, everyone. Take care, and again, thank you very much, Shikima. I appreciate
Thank you,
it.
beautiful. As always. Sure.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Look, Asher's going now. There we are. Lalima, if you're still here, either put your question out there or come on to the chat. Come and join us, right? Claudia, I missed her. Haven't seen her for a minute. After Lalima, we've also got Valina. And then we've got Sun and Mina. So Lalima, put your question out there. I don't think you can come on the chat actually because I think you're traveling. So give me a question. Let's unpack it for you. How are you doing as well, Mina? What time is it as well at your part of the world? Sorry, guys. We're waiting for Lalima to put their question out there. And also for Lena, I think Ash said that's her cousin. So you probably might want to let Valina know that it's almost her girl as well, actually. That part. Ash. Oh, Lalima's put her question out there. All good. We'll go ahead and unpack it. Just as you put the question out there, Mina. Yeah, I know. I see. Thank you. Okay, so okay, Nakil's energy. Well, Nikhil. Oh, Valina, there you are, my love. Okay, so you're next after Lalima. And then we've probably got Mina. I don't think I've seen Sun. Gonna do another call for Claudia. I don't know where Claudia is. Claudia. Oh, I'm sorry, Mama. Dang. Nikhil. What's Nikhil's current energy towards Lalima? Okay. What's Nikhil's current energy? Thank you. Thank you. That part. That part, Mina. Lalima survived. Traveling and everything. Okay? That's what's up. Let's do some snaps for Lalima. Okay? Belina, you're up next as well, beautiful. You can start prepping your question and getting it ready. Okay, so his current energy. Okay, he's got some blocked emotion, so clearly he's not necessarily processing things that has kind of gone down with you guys. I want to say in the recent past, potentially within the last 3 to 7 days. So, has there been anything that's been sort of like that's come up within the last week or so, basically, between the two of you guys? Because I can see he's got some blocked emotion. So, there's some stuff that he's not necessarily processing, but at the same time, it's actually causing a little bit of a challenge to some degree. You know, a little bit of a challenge to some degree. Um, yeah. Oh, hey, Ari, you stopped back into the space. That's what I was saying earlier. I think I was sort of like putting across that I didn't necessarily sort of see you on the list. And thingy sort of like I landed at M. Oh. Oh, what do you mean? We'll give Ari Sun's spot because I think she was getting what's her name spot? Renee's spot from earlier as well, basically. So we'll sort of add her into the fold, if you will. Back to your question though, Lalima. Nikhil's energy at the minute is pretty blocked. We're having a rough patch, kind of sorted. We were having a rough patch, kind of sorted a while back. He's still got some blocked emotions. It feels as though there's some things that he's still not necessarily sort of like speaking about. Question to you. Is your work situation something that you struggle to find time for the relationship with in terms of like balancing that? He's been very inconsistent. That's how the patch began. Okay. 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 So he's the one with the inconsistency who's potentially projecting it, because one of the things that I'm seeing on the cards is that one of the things that he's basically not necessarily speaking up about, or feel like he's not necessarily speaking to the full of what he's experiencing, is to do with the balance between work and personal life. So what's the work and I guess love life balance for you like at the minute? Is there like a good balance, or is it kind of like off track a little bit? Let me ask you that question, I guess, because his energy seems to be a little bit all over the place when it comes to that. Talk to me about the future for these guys. Okay. Talk to me about the future. Okay. Okay. I guess he's focused on career. For me, it is off track. Okay. Okay. So he's the one that doesn't have the good balance between work and personal life. Okay. So this is probably where his little blocked emotions are sort of coming from. This is probably something that's causing the inconsistency pattern that you're sort of like observing. He probably just hasn't managed to get that right rhythm, right? When it comes to the balance between work and personal life as well. And his inconsistency is kind of showing up across the board in other areas as well. In terms of the future on the situation, it's interesting because it seems as though like you guys are going to, as you kind of move, or maybe that's an excuse, I don't know, because it is long distance situation. Okay. Okay. Hi, Livia. Um, No, because there seems to be some sort of imbalance between the work and personal life. We can always try and clarify that, actually. Is this a genuine depiction? Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. Is this a genuine depiction? Thank you. Okay. Sorry, let me grab all my cards and put them in the right places, in the right stages. Okay. So, okay. Okay. Okay, so for the most part, the the free list and the donation list is closed, my love. We've literally just sort of like filled back in any gaps as well within the list. But we'll be live again next Friday. Might be able to do like 2 shows for you guys next week as well. Watch the space for that. Check out the community tab to see if I sort of post anything. But yeah, we'll see. Um, but yes, I literally, from what I can see on the situation, um, in terms of his energy in being able to sort of clarify the work situation is as it appears to be. I don't see much changes sort of like taking place there. But I guess it's a case of like improving on communication, improving on some of the small things, basically, to be able to kind of like show that they're ready for romance. So I guess he'll be sort of like working on self in essence. But in terms of the future on the situation, it seems like you guys continue to sort of like go through these reevaluation phases where you kind of contemplate whether or not this is actually working for you. Because I see you guys kind of like basically contemplating being open to just other people and other situations, because this may not necessarily be something that's conducive to making both of you guys happy. So as far as the future of the situation, there will be future discussions on potentially being a little bit open to the possibility of not necessarily being forced together, basically, because that's what it feels like when that conversation comes. It's a little while away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm getting 8 months. Um, as far as like the conversation, because you guys continue to do this and try and figure it out. But I think in terms of, as things kind of continue to unfold, it feels a little bit burnt out, where it feels like, what are we doing? Where is this going? The same conversations basically being had, but the resolutions aren't really sort of coming. And it's not really resolutions that both of you guys feel are basically just the compromises that you need to hear, and continuing to have these conversations perpetually, having the same sort of non-result sort of outcome, it gets tiring, and there's a little bit of a defeatist attitude 8 months from now. I don't know what your decision is from there, but they're showing me the timeline up towards that point, is where you guys will be reevaluating what's going on right now. Like seriously sitting and reevaluating it. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't necessarily sort of like see it being a situation where it's possible. You're right there. The two counterparts didn't necessarily, it just didn't click. It didn't click in the way that it needed to. But it doesn't even seem like it's anything that he's like trying to process for the most part, because he's just literally like blocked emotions about it. He's kind of just moving on as far as just doing other work to kind of distract him, if you will. So, yeah, what's the guidance then for our girl Lalima on the situation? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Oh, you will get an unlikely air once you sort of like take action in the right places. You don't need to look for a sign. It's not happening, I guess, within the next few months or anything like that. This is more a case of forgive and forget, I guess. Forgive and forget. But more information's coming in. I think there's something that's sort of brewing in this space between now and the next 8 months when reevaluation season occurs. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you, though, my love. Okay, so right, we have that's okay, beautiful. Thank you for stopping into the space and joining us. Appreciate it. Okay. So we are gonna go to Valina. Yeah, we're gonna go to Valina and then we'll sort of I think Ari was just I wanted to say before Mina, but I think it was actually supposed to be after at the time when it was actually sort of done, to be fair. But yes, we'll get Ari added back onto the list if we can, please, Mina. And that's it. We are going to be closing out the space. There we go. Valina, not Sun, Ari. There we go. Right, Claudia missed her spot, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully she does pop back in at some point because she was on my assignment list. So it'll be interesting to see what she was there for. I recently met a doctor on work. What are his feelings towards me? Okay. What are the doctor's feelings towards Felina? Okay. Make it clear, please. Doctor's feelings towards Nina. Okay. Felina, sorry. Thank you, beautiful. Okay, interesting. Why? What does that mean? Okay, put it into perspective. Thank you. That's a lot though, but thank you. Let's see what the cards are saying about this. Okay. Right, that part. Okay. Question 2, do you know if he's got a recent ex? And I have to answer that question because that will kind of like clarify the story that's kind of going on with the situation. Do you know if he's got a recent ex? And by recent, I mean within the last year. Technically within the last 7 months, but within the last year. Ooh, whoa, sorry. That download just hit my head. That question was for you, Valina, in terms of the ex. Okay. I'm unsure, but he mentioned he was once married. Okay. 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 Sorry, I had to ask that question because I'm sort of like clarifying the dynamics of certain situations when it comes to this. So, in terms of his feelings towards you, the first thing that sort of like came to play with the situation is that it was like it was happy and sad at the same time. It was happy because I guess the meeting you was there, right? And I guess you're a nice presence. You're a great feminine to be around, but there was also some disappointment or some discontent, I guess, with his particular situation. That's why I wanted to clarify it straight off the bat. That's why I kind of wanted to get some clarity about what that was about. And then we got into the whole bigger picture, why I had to ask about the ex situation, just so that I can get some insight into potentially some of the things that may cause him to be a little bit less than himself, basically, because that's the best way that I can put it. Um, okay, sorry. I'm going to pull on the energy cards and see what do you guys want Velina to know about the doctor's intentions towards her. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He seems friendlier in the department when I am there, but I am filling in for 3 weeks. Yeah, well, the situation becomes that the road or the journey moving forward is almost a non-starter. So that explains a little bit as to why it may be a little bit of a non-starter. I think because of the dynamics, this might be the dynamics that is the disappointment in essence for him then. I think that there is potentially an attraction there. So I think that he's attracted to you and he likes your energy. But I think that there are a few different variables to the situation that causes some indecision for him. And I don't think that there's a point where he actually makes a decision on this situation altogether, romantically or otherwise, basically. Um, but I guess whilst you guys are sort of like in the space getting to know each other, it's a nice space for you guys to basically get to know each other. I think you bring out the better qualities in him. And I think um, it's a nice experience for him to be able to sort of see himself in the department in that sort of way as well, because it brings another element of him to surface for other people to be able to, yeah, for other people to be able to experience as well. I do think that you provide a light for him. Hi, Asen. I hope you're good, my love. The lists are actually closed. We're literally finishing up with the last two readings. If you can see, I've been online for like almost 4 hours. And I'm going to finish up with the last two readings and then I'm out. It's about to be 2 a.m. where I am. He seems more into his job when I am there. Yeah, because I think that there's, I guess, a need, a need to impress, if you will. A need to impress. So he's kind of like doing the little things to kind of get your attention and stuff. But I think that there's still, he doesn't necessarily speak up, basically, which is why I feel like things don't necessarily progress. Um, all good, Asen. You have a good night as well, my love. Appreciate it. I gave him a sample of a juice at a display and he seemed happier. Yeah, well, this is the little stuff. I think he doesn't necessarily take the time to look. I don't want to say look after himself, but he doesn't necessarily take the time to look after himself as he should. So I think that I guess he gets a little bit excited at the thought of being looked after, in essence, because that was something that he appreciated about married life. But he's just far too sort of, yeah, he's far too busy on the situation. Yeah, far too busy on the situation. But for the most part, it's a nice little place for you guys to kind of just, I guess have some fun, positive time in the workspace. Let's see, what is the advice for our girl? Yeah, and this is the thing. He likes the femininity about you. That's the thing. Like, he brings it out of you because he likes it. That's one of the qualities that he appreciates. Um, yeah. Unfortunately, the free list and the donation list is closed at the minute, my love. You'll probably have to tune in next week. We're like 4 hours deep into the game. Okay. Um, okay, so what's the advice then for Valina in navigating through the process with Mr. Doctor Man? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, crossing the path of improving the health of the situation is not going to be. I often see him looking at the outfits I wear. Definitely. He's intrigued. He's intrigued. And he's definitely curious about you. There's an attraction there. Don't get me wrong. Well, good, Ari. Go for it. There's definitely an attraction there, but I think it's the circumstances of the situation for some reason. It just seems like the circumstances are what makes it a non-starter. It doesn't speak up. As far as things being able to sort of progress any further forward. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think for the most part, they're saying that the advice for you overall is to sort of like just communicate clearly when it comes to the situation. And it will be successful as far as like the workspace of it all. Um, yeah. Nothing else sort of comes from it in essence, unfortunately. Yeah, nothing else comes from it, I'm afraid. But it's a fun time. It's a nice time. Um, yeah, just enjoy it. Sorry, I didn't have like any other news for you. That's just kind of, I guess, the path that you're on. But thank you for stopping into the space, my love. Much appreciated. All right, Ori, you can drop your question in the chat when you get a chance. Thank you, Valina, my love. Much, much, much appreciated. Okay. Yeah, go for it, Ari. You can post. Post your question. And then we're going to close out the space with you, Mina. Sorry, I'm having a skill or a couple. My bad. Okay. Ari wants some insight, guys, on location. um, of where she's likely to meet her future spouse. Give me some insight. Like, it seems like the really cute ones don't like black girls. I've had a cute white guy that I liked date a Latina and an Asian girl, but not a black girl. Did you see the first half? I did. What do you mean? What was the first half? Was that not the first half? Was there more? No, that was it. Oh. How can I attract a cute white guy or a cute white passing Latina that genuinely likes black girls, not just for sexual stuff? They seem non-existent, but I know they are out there. Well, he didn't like me. Okay. Sorry, there was like a couple of questions all at the same time, so my mind's like going into computing stage. Sorry. I'm gonna go and have some more Skittles while I process this. Okay. I'm gonna answer the question on screen. Um, then I'm gonna come back to unpacking the other stuff over here. Um, but I doubt he's dated black girls before. The thing is, it's all about location in essence. So, what do I mean by that? I'm going to come back to answering this question. But the issue that you're navigating through, it is all about location. You need to be what you're looking for. You'll find that in an area where urban life is basically the prominent communication style, basically. So everybody's speaking from the Urban Dictionary. Otherwise, you're just not socially aligned, basically. So, wanting the quote unquote cute white guy, he basically comes with a certain taste, a certain palate, in essence, when it comes to who he's attracted to, and that's going to be based on his societal factors and pretty much the construct of what he sort of sees around him. So you need, I guess, urbanized areas is where you're going to find what it is that you're looking for, basically. And I know you don't necessarily like them with too much flavor, and you like them pretty much no spice at all, okay? Just so that you can be all the spice in the relationship. But yeah, you need urban areas is going to basically be the key component for you being able to find what it is that you're looking for. It's what you're looking for in the kind of areas that you may be inclined to look at the minute. It's going to be sort of like a needle in a haystack type thing. Whereas like a large pool in an urban area will give you more probability of finding the right catch for you. To answer that question, because he didn't like me. He very likely has been with white girls too, but he dated an Asian and a Latino, but didn't find me attractive. And it's not just that either. I see the type of white guys that I like with other races of women, but not so much with black women. The main white guys that want us are the ones that act more hurt, to be honest. Exactly. This is what I'm telling you about, like, the urban culture, because their culture basically, you have to understand, it's two different facets basically in terms of societal construct and class, because now we're going to basically go into like societal filters. Pretty much, a guy, my partner's Asian, and he is from the most hood of hood in North London. And he's into Jamaican girls. He's always been into black girls. That's his thing. He actually likes black girls. That's his attraction because of the environment that he's used to. Do you see what I'm saying? So it basically normalizes the construct of your societal view on things. Now, the types of guys that you might want, they may be a little bit more, I want to say middle class, let's say, right? A little bit more middle class, which means that they would generally tend to want to identify with the aesthetics of what a middle class societal family construct looks like. And a lot of the times based on the stereotypical notion, especially because you guys are all still young, you guys are all still growing and stuff. I can't tell you how many stereotypes I had to deprogram from my 20s coming into my 30s. So it's one of those things where you guys are still sort of navigating through some of these things. So yeah, that's all that is, to be fair. I see them say they like Latinos or blonde girls or blonde white girls, but never black girls. Yeah, I don't want, I know, that's what I said. I just don't want the hood white guys or the ghetto ones. I like regular white guys. I know, girl. I know. I know. We had the conversation. You don't want no flavor. You want to be the only spice. Okay, you bring all the spice to the relationship, and I get that. But honestly, that's just what it is. Because the environment that they are in basically shapes their perception in a certain way. That's what that would be. If so, I'll tell you what, right? Because I've also had this as well, where there's white guys who didn't necessarily think that they were into black girls, but again, I'm not gonna lie to you, I got a pass based on light skin privilege, which is a real thing. Okay, this is how the world works. These are the social constructs and pillars of society. So if you, and they don't even have to only like black girls, I'd like them to at least be open to black girls. And I hear you on that, beautiful. I hear you on that. What you need to find you is one of those ones who are in that type of background, I guess, middle class, maybe not necessarily upper middle class, maybe lower middle class, closer to like the brackets of being poor, but not quite, because they've like made that leap over the fence. Because they might still, well, it's a code. These are all the codes. It's kind of like the house slave. I would have been allowed in the house, basically. So it kind of opens them up to the ideology of certain things. What you want to do, though, because I'm telling you, there are black guys out there white guys, sorry, out there in certain areas that actually like black girls. And I think they feel like a black girl wouldn't choose them, basically, right? So for the sake of that, they actually don't necessarily pursue black girls because they think that they aren't necessarily the black girl's type. That's the guy you want. Basically, that's the guy that you want to be able to sort of align with. I'm more on the brown skin spectrum of black girls. I'm not dark skin, but my mom is, and I hear you on that as well. Because it's a whole different sort of like situation. It's it's daft, but this literally is how the human processes the reality that we live in. But no, you want to find someone just below, like lower middle class. Okay, we don't want them upper middle class, because then they are of a certain stereotype where that's the barrier that you're trying to break past at the minute. The upper middle class. The lower middle class has not necessarily the mannerisms and the attributes of the ghetto or the hood white guy, right? They have the, I guess, the societal standing of, I don't necessarily mean not rich. I do mean not in the, yeah, well, in essence, yes. I'm going to say yes to that question because there's so much more than that, but I'm going to say yes. For the sake of time, I'm going to say yes. And it doesn't necessarily mean poor either. It actually means being able to be above the poverty line. So they're not struggling. They get by, but they're not living paycheck to paycheck, basically. Right? Well, that's precisely it. They're not living paycheck to paycheck. Because that's how their generational sort of situation has set them up, so that they're able to sort of literally be on their feet, and it's easy for them to maintain being on their feet, just because the way that their family construct has been financially. So you want one of those. The rich still have some stereotypes that may need to be broken down in essence. And again, this isn't personal to anyone. This is just literally the society that we live. This is how humans are built, and the world around us knows how to build and design humans with these exact stereotypes. So that's all that is. And yeah, so finding someone within that area where the family, in essence, has worked well and long enough for them to be in a position to be stable, and they themselves have enough strong work ethic to be able to maintain that stability. Yeah, not poor, but not necessarily rich, just above that poverty line where it's nice and comfortable and secure, that part. Because then they are open, and then also they are curious as well, because that's what you want. Because they have to stray away from what they see. They have to deviate from the pattern that they're used to observing around them. So yeah, that's how you hack that one. Beautiful. Find yourself in the right neighborhood. Check out the neighborhoods locally to you. Maybe see some of the neighborhoods that you can sort of like get around or travel around. Okay, so I am. I do kind of want to be spoiled though, and they'll be cool with that. They'll be cool with that. That's why I said lower middle class. Upper middle class would basically have a lot of money, enough to the point where they don't have certain common decency, and the moral compass might be very, very skewed. And they might have certain racial prejudices as well, just because of the societal construct, basically, and the privileges that comes with their life and lifestyle as a result. So, yeah, that's why I said low middle class is a nice little spot. What about where I'm likely to find? Well, that's what we're going to go and dive into the cards. Beautiful. Don't worry. I got you. We're about to dive into it. And then we're going to close out the space with you, Mina. So start getting your question ready. Claudia, if you ever did come back, my love, we are still here and we're still open to answering your question, whatever that might be, before I close up the space for tonight. So, guys, honestly, I feel like other races get the best white guys. They get the hottest white guys with the most money. It depends. It depends on what you're looking for and where, to be fair. there's a pecking pool that sort of like it goes in society, and it's a colorist pecking pool, unfortunately, and that literally goes for every race. It's a colorist pecking pool. Like it's interesting because in the darker tones of the races, because for me there's only one race and that's the human race, but for all intents and purpose of this conversation, we'll just say there's all these races, we know what they are. But yeah, I want a cute white guy that is picky and wants me. Yeah, and you'll find it. It's just a case of right place, right timing. Right place, right timing. Trust me. Oh, okay. We're good. Mina's got her question nice and ready. I'm gonna start that. There we go. Or Latino, not just white. Oh, you're funny, beautiful. So we're gonna go and have a look and see. Place, guys. Where do you see Ori meeting hubby? Dear future hubby, where do you see our girl Ari meeting future hubby? As clearly as you can. Please and thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Sorry. Context for me. Why that? Thank you. Mm. Okay. Okay. So what they're showing me with the situation. Sorry, there's a call. F's it's two around here, man. What they're showing me with the situation is that you guys are going to be meeting. It's a bit like a social place. It's not a restaurant and it's not a bar. It's like a social place. It's like a place where people go to sort of like hang out, if you will. Um, there's games and stuff like that there. Um, It's in your next location. It's not in your current location. I'm going to say that to you because it's with your new group or your new setting of friends where you're sort of like out. And then arcade place more sort of like that seems a little bit more like the sort of dynamic. It's not like an arcade per se, as far as like slot games or anything like that, but it's more like different. It's a bar basically. There's a bar, but there's like lots of different activities and stuff that you can do as well. Basically, fun stuff that you can do as well. You're there with friends. You're kind of like hanging out. It's a social sort of like situation. Um, that's where you guys meet, and that's actually where you guys are able to kind of um oh, you like him too, mama. That's unfortunate. I really wish they were right around the corner. I don't want to wait too long. I know, but you're talking about hubby, girl. Hubby. That takes a minute in comparison to just the now situation, right? So hubby isn't in the current location that you're at, because it's completely different circumstances that actually manifest hubby. But seems like a nice, fun place. He's quite drawn to you naturally. And the curiosity that I'm speaking about, saying that you need, he's definitely very curious about, getting to know you more. And he's like excited. So all of these things that you want from a partner, all the things that you want them to sort of like portray and show you and all that stuff, he's right there. I mean, not everything, right? Not everything, because I think he's still learning some things as well, because he's still quite young, in mind. Just like you'd have to sort of like tell him certain things, he'd miss certain cues, you know what I mean? Um, but for the most part, like he's eager and ready to please, so that's a good space to be. But it's a nice little, yeah, it's a nice little social. I don't want to call it a social club because it's a bar. It's clearly a bar with all of these different stuff. It seems like a student thingy, student sort of like place, but it's not. You know what I mean? This is just student activities, drinking and socializing and playing games of all sorts. But yeah, that's where you meet Mr. Hubby in your next location, because it's not in your current space. Again, I have to be honest. Okay, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. You meet him with at least 3 other friends. It's you and 3 others. And it's a funny little situation. They make fun of you liking him or being um, attracted to him, I should say. Um, yeah, it's a fun little situation how you guys actually get together. I'll save you the story of finding out. Spoiler alert. I don't want to do too much, but yeah. Well, we asked about the spouse. Spouse is a hubby. Well, that was intense. Of citrus. Sorry. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. And keep working on the move. How are you trying to get a boyfriend where you're at when you know you're due to move? You know? You know? That part. Okay, so let's start with the feelings. You keep me from being bored, but I wish my future husband was close to me and that we would meet soon. Trust me, divine timing. You are working at getting away from where you are now. I'd have to have another breakup. Oh, exactly. Because you'll be doing the long distance thing, and you know that's not necessarily going to work out too great because you need attention in a relationship, and it will become boring not being able to get ready access or steady access to that emotion. I know, beautiful. I know. There we go. The list is closed. Thank you, Mina. Thank you. Oh, well, it's good to know that you're open to that, because I think you guys rush a lot of things and the relationship moves very quickly. I'll tell you that for free. So it would definitely be on the cards very quickly once you guys do actually sort of come together and meet. And there's the resources to be able to sort of do it as well. So no worry, it's cooking. Okay. Right. Fahad. Let's see. What are Fahad's current feelings towards Mina? Yeah, I know. I know, beautiful. That doesn't mean anything. Oh, thank you. That doesn't mean you can't, what's it called? Sorry, she says as she goes for Skittles. Yes. There'll be other stuff to keep you entertained. Don't worry, girl. You good. Oh, there we go. May seems very far away. It does seem far away, my love. But I tell you what, it's also very close at the same time as well. That part. Um, okay, so we have two major arcanas and a major arcana at the bottom of the deck. So I'm not sure what was the dynamics of what sort of like happened between you guys recently, but one of the things that I'm seeing is that there's a little bit of codependency in terms of the situation. So, what's the relationship dynamic with you guys? Let me ask you that firstly, because they're showing that there's a little bit of a renewal with this dynamic, and somebody's a little bit emotionally insecure, which is what kind of like the reason why you guys are needing to go through a bit of a renewal or a spiritual renewal, basically, to kind of like move through some of those insecurities. And it seems like the situation, for the most part, between you guys is a little bit, uh, what's the word? It's complicated. Yeah, it's complicated. Well, there you go. Hella complicated. Okay. So that basically speaks about the renewal. Okay. We used to play a Scrabble game together. That's where we met. Okay. I left him. He left playing that game 2 years ago. Okay. And as he cropped back up to play some Scrabble, what are his intentions towards our girl Mina? And lately he rejoined the game out of nowhere. I was reminded of him out of nowhere. We were good friends. Okay, let's have a little look. Okay. Yeah, so that would have been the codependent. Okay, it's a relationship, if you will. What are his intentions towards our girl Mina in that case? He doesn't have any intentions of anything romantically. I'll sort of like put that across firstly. Okay. Oh, okay. So his intention was basically to just kind of like create a sudden change in the dynamics that you guys were sort of like navigating through. Why? Sorry, I'm going to unpack it. He didn't send me any notification to play, but him rejoining was confusing, and him popping in my mind out of nowhere was also funny. Did you get that? We call it telepath, so phone telepathy, but it's just us being like tapped into the unconscious. We're on the collective hard drive, picking up on other people's thoughts, their thought bubble, and downloads. Okay, why? Why does he want to create a sudden change in terms of the dynamic? Thank you. Oh, daughter romance. Why? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. So, show me what's going on in his marriage. Okay. What's going on in the marriage? Thank you. Okay. Okay. It's been a little bit of a shaky. Okay, they're just sort of getting back onto some solid grounds, starting afresh again, trying new actions and trying to do something different in the space. Um, Clarify this romance then. What does that mean? Daughter romance in what sense? What does that mean? Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, what are their intentions towards me now? Okay. Okay, not romantic like that. Okay. Okay. Thank you. No, I just want to clarify. Okay. So, in terms of romantic, it's not because, again, and I try and explain this to people, like romantic doesn't just happen in romantic relationships. Like sometimes we have situations where we romanticize dynamics with our friends, our family members, all of these types of things. Like romantic gestures are things that we can do for people, even in a like friendship dynamic space. So, I guess him sort of like coming back into this space, his intentions to basically reconnect to some of the things, because I think things had been a little bit of a challenge, I guess, in terms of like the romantic situation. And I guess he was kind of, sorry, I think Ari is messaging on IG, but he wasn't necessarily hadn't necessarily been in a completely happy place when it comes to the love life situation. And I think as of recent, he was just trying to find a nice little outlet and something that kind of felt familiar to him, that he could basically kind of like lean back into, that made him feel like his actual character again, so that he could kind of identify himself as somebody that he knew, because I think that he kind of like felt like he lost himself a little bit. And I think he's been on a little bit of a journey in the last 3 to 6 months where he's really trying to sort of like redefine who he sees himself as, because he didn't really know that guy before he knew it. So I think his intentions in coming back into the space is actually to be able to kind of, I guess, surprise you, for a lack of a better way of putting it. Um, I do think he's still trying to sort of like suss you out a little bit as well, I guess, and see where you are and how you feel about him being sort of like back in the space. Um, but yeah, yeah, let's see. What's the guidance for Mina on this one in navigating the situation? Okay, thank you. Okay, within the next few months, the situation will be improving, but it won't be a full-blown recovery as such. There won't be any need to make any compromises. The communication isn't necessarily all the way clear, but there's certain actions that won't be taken. Um, does he feel I have moved on from that situation long ago? I think that there's still I don't know what the element of surprise was about. But I think this thought of you basically came up during the process of when he was navigating through some hardships in his relationship dynamics. So this daughter romance situation may be a little bit more complicated than it appears to be. Um, there may be hidden feelings that may not be able to be actioned in this space out of protection and respect, I guess, is the two words that they're sort of like giving me with the situation. So yeah, I don't see any communication sort of like taking place per se. It's not really, that's why I said you guys aren't necessarily going to be communicating clearly or anything like that. I don't think that that is a situation. I think he's kind of, trying to find some happy, and he needs to find that within himself, not necessarily run somewhere else. This is a codependency situation. He's going back to the last place that he felt like he was happy prior to his current situation because they've been navigating through some hardships. Um, is it his guilt, which is why he is trying to make a comeback? A little bit of guilt, but also a little bit of selfishness because that situation isn't necessarily as smooth as one would have liked it. And there's a little bit of like feeling stuck on his part and also being a little bit bored as well, to be fair, and wanting to seek some excitement. Yeah, that's what that is really. But yeah, there's no recovery with the situation, but it is going to improve as far as the health of the situation. Yeah, definitely selfish. Definitely selfish. Because he's going to play off the romance thing as like a friendship card in essence, but he's hoping that it's a daughter romance, genuinely. But yeah, he showed every sign of covert narcissist. Yeah, trust me. That part, I'm telling you, they're everywhere. Just can't seem to get rid of this spirit. I don't know when God is going to fire him as far as the narcissist demon. Um, yeah, that part. I'm glad that you're over and done with the nonsense, my love, because it's a lot, a lot. Like it's hidden agendas and just all of these different, manipulation tactics, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you. They're beautiful. I hope you got what you needed from the sauce. And thank you as well for hanging out with us and just moderating as per usual. Appreciate you. No, I'm glad that it made sense. There was a lot sort of going on with this situation. It's definitely very complicated because it's not straightforward. It's not straightforward. He definitely has hidden agendas, and it's not so hidden on the cards. His intention in coming back in is to try and whisper sweet nothings and see what he can get away with, basically. Pretty much. I don't know how else to put it, beautiful, but yeah. On that note, I'm going to pack up shop. I've got church tomorrow, so I need to start prepping for service as well, which shall be interesting. But tonight has been fun. I'm sorry it took me so long to get back into the space. Y'all know how it is. Your girl is out here on these attacks for the most part, but I is doing well. Okay. But yes, beautiful. I am going to. Oh, thank you, my love. I literally, when I was navigating through my car crash the other day, I literally called upon all the prayers for protection that other people had been putting out there for me. So yeah, one of yours was one of the prayers that definitely landed very quickly down for me as well. Sometimes I save prayers in reserve. Like if I'm having like a good season, I'll save some prayers. Tell the angels I'll need that. So let me just hold on to that one. I'm not gonna like block it right now, but I'll use it when I need it later on. So yeah. But listen, we survived, and what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. So the fact that I am still here, I am already stronger for it. That part. And on that note, yeah, Mina, it was nice actually. The angels were able to come and sort of like play their part in the process very, very quickly because I was activating some of my prayers that was overdue. So I appreciate you guys for even putting them out there because I wouldn't have them to access as and when I need them. So I appreciate that part. Definitely, definitely. My little tarot deck is like properly, yeah, the box is gone to say the least. But hey, it's all good. On that note, me too. I'm glad that, nothing, it wasn't like a major situation or anything like that. It was just what the doctor ordered for a new car, basically, which was, it is what it is. So, yeah, on that note, we're going to go and sign out. Until next time, y'all. We'll do this.
To hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things I said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I'll catch you guys next week. Watch the space on the community tab. And I'll catch you guys when I get the time to get back in here. Mwah. God bless. Have a good night, morning, day, wherever you are in the world.